All right, everyone. Thanks for holding tight as usually. Fashionably late, and it's been a while, so might be a little bit rusty here getting this all together. But I want to make sure everybody can hear me first before I get started in the chat. Let me know if you guys can hear me fine or not. All right, looks like we're good to go here. Just want to make sure, though. On my side, it seems okay. Just want to make sure before we get started, everything's okay. All right, Roxanne, great to see you in there. Earlier, I saw Romina, my main moderator, and all my other moderators as well. Barry, Charlie Girl, eHard92, thanks so much. Blessings to you as well. Definitely with the Rumble channel, Erica, I'm going to put up that video that you requested a while back from England. I don't want to go into too much details, but you know exactly what I'm talking about. The video that I put out with England many years ago. Let's see what else we got in here. Good to see you in there, Peter. Jordan, good to see you in there. Indiana. Betty R., thanks for the love. Appreciate that. Back at you. Ryan Everson, great to see you in there. Buzz Dean, thanks so much for confirming. Emily Susan, great to see you in here. And I was very happy that we sort of connected there, and I helped out what I could with your channel as far as bringing more subs. You definitely deserve it with the work you're putting out there, specifically with the Eclipse videos that we both were putting out, explaining how they work on the flat Earth, and you had some excellent footage. So thanks so much for that. Let's see what else we got in here. All right. Our beloved 1999, great to see you in there. I see a lot of people in here. Great to see that. We're definitely going to go deep. It's going to go for a while. So I'm going to try to get started relatively sooner than usual because there's a lot to cover. I don't want to go on too long. And I know it's late in the UK as well for the people listening in. Actually, it's probably, it is early morning in the UK. Perry, great to see you in there. And everybody else. Wilma, long-time listener, Wilma. Shaffin, great to see you in there. 21 Sixer, great to see you in there as well. Divine 9, great to see you in there as well. The Flat Earth Warriors, great channel. Thanks so much, brother, as always, doing always great work over the years and still at it. And always El Despertar. Romina, I should mention, I want to thank Romina so much for making this avatar I have right now with the new Piper and the sunglasses. I love it. Right when I saw it, I'm like, wow, I'm going to use that and it's going to stick. That's awesome work. And I've been using it everywhere on all platforms, on Rumble, on my Facebook page. And definitely, since I'm mentioning Rumble, a lot of my videos that are not A-OK for YouTube, they're going to be over there. A lot of my older videos, just give me time. Over time, I'm going to upload many of the older videos going past a decade. They'll be going to Rumble. So just hold tight. The OJ video. I already did the satellites. Bill Cosby, Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton, Jeffrey Dahmer. There's a lot of videos. There's tons and tons. More Kobe Bryant videos. I already put the Rodney King one up there. But there's a lot of things, a lot of breaking things I've covered over the years. The first to expose what took place in Atlanta in 1996. And the list goes on and on and on. There's well over 1,000 videos that will be put up over time. Just got to be patient a little bit. And they'll be up there. I'm going to get started, like I said, relatively quickly here. There's a lot to cover. And we'll get right to it. Let me see here. Let me get to screen share and make sure. Like I said, it's been a long time, so I might be a little bit rusty. All right, let's get started here. Let me see if I can get the screen share working here first and foremost before we go any further. Let me see what we can get here. Definitely a lot to cover, like I said. So let me get to the StreamYard side of things, and let me see if I can go to present and screen share. And where is the tab? All right, there we go, right here. All right, this should be okay. But I'm gonna, like I said, I'm gonna double check because sometimes I've presented in the past and not everything's showing up. So I want to look over on the YouTube side of things before I start presenting, and it should show up momentarily if it hasn't already. Let's see, did it show up yet? I don't see it. Still not there. Let me see here. What's going on with this? Why is it not showing up? Let me go on the YouTube side. It's not showing up. My screen share is not showing up. Let me try again here. I don't know what is going on with that. Let me see. Let me try again. All right, it should be fine now. Let me see here. Yeah, I don't see it showing up. I don't know what is going on here. The screen share is not working. When I go to screen share, go to window. Let me see here. Why is that not sharing? This is very bizarre. Let me ask you guys in the chat. Do you guys see the screen share or not? Do you see my photo stage on there? Let me know in the chat if you guys can see that. Okay, it worked. For some reason, I don't see it on my side. Why is it not showing up? Maybe I need to move forward a little bit. Why is it not showing up here? From my side of things, I don't see the screen share working. Yeah, okay, I see you guys say no. Yeah, there's a glitch, and that's really important. That's really a shame. A shame because the whole aspect is getting the screen share working. What is going on here? Let me see here. Not that. What is going on with this? Okay, I see it when I'm here. Okay, I guess I need to stay here because when I switch over, I think that's causing the issues. All right, so I need to stay. I guess I just need to stay here on this side. I'm going to take a peek. Let me see what is going on here. I'm having some issues right off the bat here. Just hold tight, everyone. I'll get this straightened out. Let me get back to stream. Let me go to present again and share the screen. What is going on with that? All right, let's try this again here. Okay, what is going on with that? Let's try it again. We'll do this till we get this. All right. Boy. I don't know why it's not cooperating. Yeah, let me try this again here. I'm going to keep doing this until I get this right. We'll get it eventually. Just doesn't want to work. Just hang tight, everyone. I don't know why this is glitching out. This is glitching out on me. For some reason, it's glitching out. Okay, hopefully you guys can see that now. And let me just take a quick peek. Okay, I think it should be fine now. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to just leave it like it is. And I really hope this is sharing. If not, I'm in big trouble. But I think it is. Let me take a peek. I think it's sharing, but the setup is a bit different this time. I don't know why. It's been a while since I used StreamYard. So we'll just hope for the best here. Hopefully everything's working out good. And we'll just go from here. Okay, I'm going to just start, and I believe it is sharing. Okay, let's get started right here. As you see right on the share screen, hopefully you see Bart Sabrell. And I have, as you can see, are scheduled as live stream number 7. And that will be this Thursday. And that will be 5 o'clock Pacific, 8 p.m. Eastern time. Like I mentioned, Bart Sabrell. And the topic he wants to talk about is Planet X. And you know how Bart and I, we're not on the same page as far as cosmology. But we'll listen to what he has to say. We'll talk about other things as well. As many know, he was recently a guest on Joe Rogan's podcast, and they went on for hours. I believe it was 3 hours, over 3 hours, talking about obviously his favorite topic, the moon landing hoax. And we all know Joe Rogan's history, and being basically second to Bart Sibrel as far as being a moon landing denier. Then supposedly Joe Rogan jumped off that bandwagon and became a believer. But don't be so sure about that. A lot of things are not what it seems in this world and what's presented. And, people's opinions are changed based on what they're told. And I'll just put it that way. And here you see Bart. Clearly, this is the same screenshot from the Joe Rogan podcast. For those that don't know, many should know, the reason Bart and I got in contact, actually, and obviously he's fully aware, is I made a couple videos questioning how we can interview all these astronauts. No one else has done it. He's entered their homes, basically spoke with all of them, Buzz Aldrin, Neil Armstrong, Alan Bean, and so forth. So I questioned that, and obviously he knew about that. He watched the videos. And, my main question was, how does Bart get to speak with one astronaut and then the next and the next and the next, and none of them warn each other like, hey, don't do an interview with this guy? How did that happen? My theory was they were told after the fact, don't contact your fellow astronauts. This is something set up from behind the scenes, and you're not to call or let them know, inform them about me. And basically, they were punked. That's my version of what I presented. And Bart saw that, and he contacted me, and we talked, and he wanted to give his side of the story, which I appreciate. And one thing about Bart, as many people know, him and I are not on the same page, like I said, with cosmology. But he did say in the last stream I did with him, I did several with him already. He did say in the stream you see here, this specific stream, that he could be wrong and the Earth could be flat. So I give him credit for that. Also, I should mention Bart was kind enough to remove a copyright strike from Flat Earth Banjo, which I'll get into in a little bit as well. That was very kind of Bart. We went through back and forth with one of Bart's people. That it wasn't Bart, it was one of his people that had Flat Earth Banjos. I believe it was his live stream removed. Maybe, I don't know, 6, 7, 8 months ago. And Bart was kind enough to tell his guy, hey, let's remove that copyright strike and go and just go from there. And we thank Bart, and I greatly appreciate that he had that strike removed for Flat Earth Banjo. And let me take a quick peek here. And I just want to make it perfectly clear. While I'm live streaming, I'm not looking at the chat at all. So mods, please, Ramina, I know you're going to do your job, but everybody, please understand, I'm not seeing the comments while I'm doing this. Again, a lot to cover. So again, with Bart, that will be this Thursday at 5 p.m. Pacific, 8 Eastern. Now, moving on to Flat Earth. I had a nice talk with, as you see here, Nathan Oakley, and I was watching a stream today, and about a lot of things he's been talking about. Nathan and I, we spoke before on Skype. Not the first time. We're on the same page with many things. No two people will be exactly on the same page with everything. But Nathan and I, we never had a crossed word. He might disagree with some things with me and vice versa. But that's just people. We're not going to see everything eye to eye. But for the most part, we are. We don't have any major differences, as far as Flat Earth is concerned. Just like Eric Dubé, we don't have major differences when it comes to the model, Flat Earth. But of course, Eric Dubé, we are very, very different on the belief of Jesus Christ. Nathan, people, doesn't go out there and make videos saying Jesus didn't exist like Eric Dubé. But I'm not going to start problems, or say anything about Eric Dubay today. He was kind enough to come to my channel and come in peace and say a few things under a video. And even though we have a huge disagreement when it comes to the God of the Bible and Jesus Christ, we'll leave it there as far as that's concerned. Just because someone, for example, someone's an atheist doesn't mean we need to get in a fist fight. Not saying Eric's obviously an atheist, but we don't agree on that topic, obviously. But, I do appreciate Eric's flat earth work. It's just unfortunate he doesn't believe in Jesus Christ and the God of the Bible, and that's the unfortunate thing. But hey, everybody has free will to make their own decisions in life. Now, moving on here, this is the topic more recently. I want to be very clear about this. There's this one individual here named, as you can see here, Will Duffy. Basically showed up out of nowhere recently, relatively recently. He is a pastor, anti-flat earth, pushing the, obviously you can see the one eye symbolism. We'll get into that. Pushing the nonsense globe model. And he's heading this so-called the final debate. What's it called? I guess that's what it's called. The final debate, the final flat earth debate, or whatever he's calling it. I believe that's what it is. But who is he to come out of nowhere and claim this final debate when it comes to flat earth? It's to me, it's ridiculous. Someone coming out of the woodwork to do that. He's a multimillionaire, businessman, I believe real estate and other, he wrote books and financial advisement, these type of things. And then he got into being a pastor. I believe he took over I believe he was located in Denver. I think he's now in Puerto Rico, but he runs a church, and like all churches, they're going to go with the flow as far as mainstream. They're not going to call out the hoaxes. They're going to, go with the flow. I've stated that many times. This is how they control the matrix. When a news story comes out, they're going to just go along with it. They're not going to call out anything suspicious. And so that's what's happening now with this individual, Will Duffy. He's heading this so-called experiment, but going down to Antarctica. He's not going down, but 2 flat earthers and 2 globers will be heading down to supposedly take a look at the 24-hour sun. The supposed, we know that does never happen. I showed a video, it's on my channel right now, how they faked it, how they faked it prior. So now they're trying to do this so-called experiment proving that there's a 24-hour sun, which obviously is a bunch of nonsense, and we know that. And I'm going to show this first. I was going to show something, but I want to show this first. And the connections are easy to make here. Like I said, the one eye symbolism, obviously, when he's showing how the moon works, and he's not even showing it correctly. But here's his profile. Let me see if I can get it here. And I find it very interesting. Here he is, Will Duffy, author. Will Duffy became a millionaire at the age of 33, and that's highlighted. So, as always, I don't just work off one piece of information. So there could be a 33 associated with an individual, their age, and that could be so-called coincidence. But when you look at one of his websites, opentheism.org, and you see 33 category of verses. So you have your 33 again. So it's not just one time, it's multiple times. It reminds me years ago, doing live streams and podcasts with different people in the early years of Flat Earth. And I remember before going live with David Weiss, we'll get into David Weiss, of course, later on, Wimpy Weiss. And I remember before going live with several different Flat Earthers, he goes, "Hey, RV, don't bring up the number 33. It's meaningless. Don't bring up the number 33. It doesn't mean anything." And that's classic gatekeeper, And we'll get more to Wimpy Weiss Dumpster Dave later on here. Also, before, there's more on Will Duffy. I just want to mention really quickly, I was running late, but I do want to mention the so-called debate with, of course, the other Dumpster Dave, so-called Professor Dave. I mean, this guy's a complete clown, obviously paid. He's spotlighted, he's propped up. And yeah, the same techniques by all these globers, insults, sticking at flat earthers. Witsit during this so-called debate, to me, was pretty much neutral. He obviously, for anybody that saw, he didn't do the horrendous job that David Weiss did. I mean, David Weiss just, it was a complete embarrassment. I believe, like I said, of course, by design. Witsit, at least, even though he's in the same camp with Jiren and David Weiss and all, at least he's somewhat represented flat Earth. But again, we'll get more of that because I'm getting to the point here. But let's continue on here more with Will Duffy. We'll get more into this topic. I just want to just mention this really quickly. Of course, you can watch the debate between Witsit and so-called Professor Dave. I mean, give me a break. Where do you get his professor license from? A Cracker Jack box? What a complete insult. What a complete joke. And this guy, the Quartering, did a horrendous job of moderating. He kept interrupting and just with nonsense, just garbage moderator. But getting back to Will Duffy, and hopefully this is showing. This better be showing. Let me double check here. Did it come off? It came off. Great. Yeah, this thing is not working. Do you guys see the I guess the screen share stopped. Do you guys hold on, guys? Let me make sure you. To what point? Let me ask you guys before I continue. To what point did you guys see the screen share? When did it stop? How long has it been as far as minutes that the screen share stopped? Because I see it stopped. Anybody out there in the chat gonna let me know? 5 minutes? It stopped 5 minutes ago? Wow. This is not going good. Oh boy. Hold on, everyone. I'm just gonna try to get this working. I have no idea why this thing is not working right. 10, it stopped working 5 or 10 minutes ago? This is not good. I'm gonna have to flip to the screens then. This is, the whole point of a live stream is to present and show. A picture says 1,000 words is not working right. Hold on. This is really frustrating. For some reason, stupid thing's not working. Hold on. Let me try to get this. Try to get this thing working again. All right, how's that now? Is that okay? I might have to turn off for momentarily because I think I see what's happening here. There's a yellow banner when it works. So I'm going to turn it off again. I have to do some testing. And let me see what you guys see. So it was, okay, how I turn it off now. Let me see here. Okay, it's there. Okay. I just took it off, but I need to go back and show the images again. So what I'm seeing on my side, yeah, it's the devil. That's for sure. That's what it seems like. So what I noticed is I got to pay attention. There's a yellow border. When that is gone, that means it stopped. Yeah, Indiana, I just turned it off. I just turned it off. So yeah, thanks for everybody letting me know. But I did that purposely to check because I need to present, and that's the whole point of this. It's really frustrating when this thing. I never had this issue as far as this happening. I might have to backtrack here and just show some images again, just so you guys have an idea. This is really frustrating. Let me see here. Share screen. Okay, let me try this again. All right. So what I realize is there's a yellow border. If that yellow border disappears, that means it stops sharing. Okay. So like I said, I'm going to go back here, just show some images just in case you guys missed it. As you can see, it looks like it went off again. You got to be kidding me. I don't know how I'm going to do this stream. How can I do a stream with this presenting not working? Hold on. This is frustrating. Let me see. How am I gonna do this without this not working? Why is this thing not working? I have no idea. Or let me see here. Yeah, every time. Listen, I see something is. I might have to restart this stream or something. I'm not sure, because every time I go to share to present, every time I go to present, it just turns off the window. Let me try this again. I'm going to keep trying this. I see it's working now, but what I'm going to do is I'm just, it's this simple. This might drag on, but what I'm going to do is just keep doing this. When I see I see a yellow banner when it's working. When that yellow banner goes off, I'm just going to pause and try to redo it. I really apologize about this, everyone. Okay. You guys, like I mentioned, Bart, and I'm just going to flip through the images. And as you see here, Nathan Oakley, like I mentioned, we had a conversation today. The One Eye Symbolism by Will Duffy. As I mentioned, 33 years old, from his one of his websites. Let me see if I can get that. You guys can see, hopefully you guys can see that. It probably turned off on me, but 33 categories of verses. Yep, it turned off. Unbelievable. Okay, let me go back here. So when I try to highlight something, it turns it off. So we're just going to try to do the best we can tonight. So what I try to do is highlight this to make this larger, and that shut off the screen share. So I can't even enlarge these images, unfortunately. So I don't know what the deal is. But anyways, it's hard to see, but on one of his websites, I'm going to just show it here. It talks about 33 categories of verses here. Okay. I cannot zoom in and do that because that shuts off the share screen. And like I mentioned, this is his bio. At the age of 33, he became a millionaire and so forth. And like I said, he's the one that's sponsoring or heading the so-called final experiment in Antarctica. Like I said, the One Eye Symbolism. I can see the share screen's working by the border. Let's see. Of course, this all has to do with the One Eye Symbolism, like I showed, with all the puppets before covering the right eye. Obviously, Rihanna, Bono, Seal, Left Eye Lopez, Eminem, everybody else. So let's continue on here. Trying to do the best I can under the circumstances with this situation here. So getting back to Will Duffy, I've been in correspondence with Flat Earth Banjo Eddie, and just like Nathan Oakley, like I showed earlier, or I tried to show earlier, his channel. Definitely subscribe to Nathan Oakley if you haven't already. By the way, I should mention, I almost forgot. Sorry about that, Nathan. He has a new book coming out, and it'll be released very, very soon. He has a working title. I don't want to say it just yet because it might change. It might just confuse things. But just hold tight, and it'll be released very soon. I'm going to have a link to his new book under my videos, so you can easily click on the link and take a look at what Nathan Oakley has to offer with his book. And that's fantastic news. And really quickly, as far as Flat Earthers, having my conversation with Nathan Oakley today, he's going to stay on board with Flat Earth. Of course, he's always been true when it comes to Flat Earth. Someone I trust, someone that has a lot of passion for the Flat Earth truth. We've seen it with the other individuals. They're wishy-washy. They make jokes out of it, and we'll get more of that. But definitely subscribe to Nathan Oakley's channel. Watch out for his book coming out very, very soon. And that gets back to Flat Earth Banjo. We had a conversation. I actually had a live stream with him on his channel recently. It was about a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago. regarding Will Duffy. He's been putting out information about Will Duffy. But what people need to understand is this is obviously sabotage. He's a Glober that wants to sponsor this experiment. Obviously, you go down to Antarctica to supposedly look at a sun. We're going to look at some penguins, some seals, maybe some killer whales, and just to look at the sun and supposedly circling around the bottom of the ball. They're absolutely ridiculous. And like I said earlier, we know they failed the experiment, or not failed, they faked the experiment, with the time lapse. And we saw the, basically the pasting of the front. It was bridged together where the front of the video with the clouds matched the end of the video. It was a complete insult. Now they're trying to make up for it to prove the fake phony globe. It's not going to work. And why even do this experiment? Absolutely ridiculous, because all you need to do, if you really want to make a point, Will, you say it's too expensive, but what you do is you get a bunch of people aboard a plane from the southern tip of South America. You fly over to Australia. That'll end the debate. Not hanging out with a bunch of penguins down in Antarctica. Give me a break. What a complete joke this is. And with the flat earthers he's bringing over, they're not real flat earthers. They're flat earth actors, just like Bob, with the so-called gyroscope experiment that we've never seen in the 15-degree drift that we never seen, besides on some CGI or animation cartoon. You ask Bob for the footage, he gets really aggressive, he gets angry. Why get so hostile, Bob, when people ask you for a simple experiment that you supposedly conducted? And obviously it was he's working for the other side. So same with Jiren, same with David Weiss, all of them. And I'm going to get into that topic of what's happening here. And I'm sorry I can't go full screen with some of these things here, but it's because they'll shut off the screen share. It's going to be really hard maybe for you people to see this, because like I said, I'll shut off the screen share. But basically, I'm going to sum it up this way. I've been making videos on truth since about 2008, 2009. You guys probably can't even read that. So if I click on it to expand it, it's going to shut off the screen share. So what I'm getting at is this. I've been around on YouTube making truth videos since 2008, 2009. I started in 2015 making flat earth videos about March or April 2015. The summer, I made a ton of videos in 2015. My satellite video, my Chicago skyline videos in July 2015, and much more. I did Back to the Future flat earth videos. I believe it was in August or September, and so forth, going on and on and on into 2016. And then I started covering a lot of other topics, still putting out flat earth videos, obviously, throughout the years prior. So what I'm getting at here is this. YouTube started in 2005. That's the same year that loose change with 9/11, when they made those videos with Dylan Avery and the rest of the shills, the 9/11 shills. So what I'm getting at is in 2005, that's when Loose Change was initially released. And then, of course, had many editions, second, third, the final, whatever. So what I'm getting at was the 9/11 debate was hot from 2005, and then it went to about 2015 and started to cool off. So when I started making flat earth videos in 2015, I said, look, that debate's getting stale with 9/11. It's getting stale. And this is something they're rolling out. It's just like 9/11. It's what happened, what we're talking about on the other side of things is the truth. But they have many, many infiltrators that are involved in this, in the debates, divide and conquer. So 2005, 2015, 10 years total. Basically, when it comes to YouTube, and then things cooled off when Flat Earth arrived. So that's what I'm looking at here. 2015 to 2025 is basically what the plan was. They wanted to run this Flat Earth is the truth, but with their fake flat earthers. They wanted this divide and conquer, and they had a timeline of 10 years. So 9/11 was 10 years, flat earth was 10 years. And they're going to just dump off. There's going to be remnants such as myself, Flat Earth Warriors, Flat Earth Banjo, Nathan Oakley. I'm sure Eric Dubay. I don't see him stopping. I'm not a mind reader or have a crystal ball to tell the future, but that's basically how I look at it. They're doing it 10 years at a time. So, not to deviate off flat earth topic, but what's after 2025? What's the plan? What's the game plan with the people behind this? Because like I said, for anybody that's been around 2015, I said, look, this is before it went mainstream, before you saw it on CNN or BBC or anywhere. I said, you're going to see it on TV. You're going to see actors, celebrities talk about it. And sure enough, a year later, that's exactly what happened. So what I'm getting at is this, I don't want to say it's stale. This is a very important topic, but what they want to do is move in another direction after 10 years. And that's kind of like what I see. And there's going to be the fake flat earthers jumping off from what I can tell. Again, I don't have a crystal ball, but that's the writings on the wall. I'll get more of that. But I want to show some more images here. Let's get to here. This is really important. I really got to give credit to Flat Earth Banjo. And I'm sorry if you guys can't read everything clearly, because this is the best I can do with screen share. This is the absolute best. So this is very important for people to understand what's happening here. It's not by chance or coincidence. There's a guy named Leandro Batista from Brazil. He's like the #1 guy when it comes to flat earth in Brazil. He had like 123,000 followers on his large channel promoting flat earth. Then he did some type of money grab, asking his supporters to do an experiment to prove flat earth, but he came back saying it's, quote, actually a globe. And that's obviously, this guy's a plant. But what I'm getting at is this is a screenshot from Flat Earth Banjo, where it's not just some coincidence that Leandro had this, let's go to Antarctica in 2024, and Will Duffy wants to do the same thing in 2024. So this is really important. It's coinciding, two individuals doing it at the same time, and obviously one in Brazil, one in the U.S. Not just some amazing coincidence. And here is a screenshot of this piece of garbage. And I appreciate Flat Earth Banjo quoting me on his stream saying, yeah, like Russian Vid says, he's a piece of garbage. and I love that Flat Earth Banjo Eddie, who's a really level-headed guy, he's letting it loose. He's letting it loose and not hiding his feelings about this piece of garbage here. So a Brazilian flat earther travels to Norway and discovers that the earth is round. Okay, round, as we know, a tire's round, plate's round, but these are plants, and there's plants everywhere. Just like I said with 9/11, no different. Same tricks being played on the truth movement. Of course, they're going to have their controlled op. You think they're going to promote something on national TV worldwide with the topic of flat earth and not have their agents in place? Do you think they're going to have 0 agents? You guys are unbelievable that don't understand this and support people like Jiren, a fake flat earther, David Weiss, fake flat earther, Whitsitt as well. They're all in the same boat. They're all in the same camp. And here's another article. This one's from BBC News Brazil. This is translated thanks to Eddie Flat Earth Banjo. The flat earther traveled to see the solar phenomenon and discovered that Earth is round. It was it was like loving disillusionment. But what I'm getting here is this guy again with this. He looks like a skunk haircut. What is that? He has like a that silver streak in his hair, like he's a skunk. It's very fitting, But this is what I'm getting at. It's really important. This part of the flat earth psyop with these flat earth actors, and that's what it looks like coming up with individuals, like I said, Jiren, David Weiss, with the so-called 360 24-hour sun in Antarctica, which we know does not happen. I'll get more of that. But let's take a look here and take a listen, actually. Let's see here what we got here first as far as this video clip. I can't go full screen like I said. Now, I'm not going to play this clip right. Okay, stop sharing. I saw that. I'm going to get right back to it. I can see it now. All right, let's share this screen here again. I see exactly what's happening here. So even though it stops, I can see it right away. So we're going to have glitches here, but I see what's happening. Okay, so let's back up. And so what I'm getting at here is, let me make sure here. 1 second. Yeah, it looks fine now. It looks fine. I think it's fine there. Okay. Yeah, looks okay. So what I'm getting at here is this. About 9 months ago, you had Jiren invite fight the flat Earth, or fight the fat shirt guy, Craig, in Scotland, the same place where that other piece of garbage Dell lives. Another fake flat Earth. They're pushing that Earth is accelerating up. Yeah, like the sun, moon, and the stars are all going up at the same time. Eclipses, everything's moving up. He's just not even not even worth mentioning anymore, and I shouldn't even brought him up. Anyways, so the writing was on the wall when I saw this. I saw Junkyard Jiren being very cozy, buddy with Craig, who's viciously attacked the Flat Earth Truth. Viciously. So they had this dialogue, and they're two chum, two buddy, best of mates, best of friends, and got along great during their initial live stream. And I'll play a little bit of this, and hopefully it plays fine. Let's play it right now.
Can think I'm not a flat earther, whatever makes you sleep well at night is fine by me.
Yeah, you're not.
Thank you very much for the show.
Yeah, Jiren, thank you very much. I really appreciate the conversation. I hope that we can do this again because there's some things I would like to get into a bit more.
Okay, and I'll send you that.
You engage Tony as well.
All right, and I'll send you some of the stuff I said, and you can send this. Yeah. All right, thanks, bro.
Take care, and thank you very much for the conversation. I'll speak to you again soon.
All right, peace.
Peace and thanks, bro. So, what is the aftermath of that? After that, then you had this cross promotion with Jiren and Fight the Flat Earth. This is on Jiren's channel. All these money grab debates, so-called debates. And I said it before, it's a big mistake to have debates with the Globers. It's just a money grab. And it just keeps it's like the hamster wheel, you know? And what you simply do is don't have debates with these people, because they're not going to ever concede, because their job is to lie and push. There's no God, you know. We live in this explosion created ball earth, and this is just a dichotomy that they're promoting for the sake of the dollar, the almighty dollar. And you see the same individuals. You see Whitsitt versus Craig fight the flat Earth, and you know, it's just like I said, it's a hamster wheel spinning for the sake of the dollar. But I'm going to just go back here. And I mentioned before, I'm not going to show, because I already showed it so many times in the past with Jiren. Of course, we know about Behind the Curve in that failed experiment. He goes, interesting. You know, like I said so many times, why did he do that experiment with Enrique prior? You know, that you don't just go, you know, film all this experiment for the first time for the camera crew. You know, you take a couple practice goes with the experiment before having it filmed for millions of people to see. I mean, either he's really dumb or a shill. I think it's both. That's what it comes down to. Not to be trusted at all. At all. These people, all of them are just actors. All of them. All right, let's get to more recently here. Like I said, this is about 9 months ago, where he's all buddy with Craig on his own channel. This is Jiren's channel. And let's move forward. This is more recently. Let's hear what Jiren has to say. And obviously, this is the flat Earth model. And this is supposedly down here, of course, Antarctica, with the 360 supposed 24-hour a day. Obviously, it doesn't happen. We have a circling sun, and I'll get into that a little bit. But let's play this clip with Jiren.
Even if I went down there and stood there and watched the sun do a 360 around my head 3 times
I don't know if you guys can hear that. Hold on. Let me. I don't think the audio's coming in very well. Hold on. I don't think the audio came. I'm going to play those other clips too, but I don't think the audio came in very well. Hold on. This is not going very smoothly. I'm going to replay those audio clips. Hold on, everyone. Let me see here.
Can think I'm not.
All right. I'm going to play these clips again because I don't think the audio went through very well. So let me play these clips that I played previously, and let me get back to screen share. But I see the screen share turned off again. This is like sabotage. I kid you not, guys. This is crazy. I'm trying to present stuff and everything is not working. It's a conspiracy. That's what it is. All right, let's play this again. I don't think this audio came through properly. Let's listen to Jiren again with Fight the Flat with Craig. And this is the dialogue back and forth.
People can think I'm not a flat earther. Whatever makes you sleep well at night is fine by me. Thank you very much for the show.
Yeah, Jiren, thank you very much. I really appreciate the conversation. I hope that we can do this again because there's some things I would like to get into a bit more.
Okay,
I'll try
and I'll send you that
between you and PHC Tony as well.
All right, and I'll send you some of the stuff I said, and you can send them the same thing. All right, thanks, bro.
Well, take care, and thank you very much for the conversation. I'll speak to you again soon.
All right,
peace, bro. All this stuff. This guy, unbelievable. They're on the same team, same payroll. Now this is again Jiren here. Again, shut off. Wow, it's getting shut off every time. It's okay. I'm going to just keep turning it back on when it shuts off and just going to bear with me, everyone, while dealing with this. Let's play this clip again. This is Jiren. The audio didn't come in with this either, but let's play this clip.
Even if I went down there and stood there and watched the sun do a 360 around my head 3 times, down there for 3 days, like, what the hell? That would be shocking. But then I would come back and I would say, okay, so right now it looks like the evidence leads me to believe that we're probably on a globe.
That's out of Jiren's own mouth. And he really believes it's possible that there could be a sun circling down in Antarctica when we know the sun makes a circular path. I mean, this is someone that's been involved, a supposed flat earther for 9 years, not a flat earther, obviously. And this is, like I said, this is all by design. Was the plan from the start. Promote the flat earth, make some money, do your garbage conventions, suck as much money as you can out of people, and once the well dries out, let's just leave it. Let's leave flat earth and move on. Possibly writing a book, former flat earther, being on documentaries, being on different news channels, talking about being a former flat earther, book deals or who knows what. But definitely, this is by design. Let's play a little bit more here. And you're going to find some interesting connections.
Here's the problem. According to the globe, you will not see the sun do this. You will see the sun do this. Okay? Which means that if you're in Antarctica and you're looking north, that the sun will be in the sky when you get down there, and it will go in front of you, and it will be working right to left. And then when it gets here, you will have to turn your body to the side and watch it continue going right to left. And then you'll have to turn your body and face the opposite direction behind you. And the sun goes right to left. And then you'll turn again and it will continue going right to left. And then we'll go back to where it started and start that again. Okay. So people can say, the lights in the sky don't prove anything. You say whatever you want. That is definitive.
So what he's saying is definitive that it's a globe. If that happens, obviously, which is absolutely ridiculous. We know that doesn't happen. Before continue on, I'm going to touch upon this. They turn off again. Let me get it back on. Wow, it's amazing. Right when I was about to show Wimpy Weiss talking to Alex Jones, it shut off. Unbelievable. Let me get this going again. Wow, that's crazy. All right. So this is Wimpy Weiss, Dumpster Dave, and you have Agent Eddie Bravo, Special Agent Eddie Bravo with Alex Jones on InfoWars. As many know, I've covered this many times. Alex Jones is 33, InfoWars is 33. This is in plain sight your dual 33s. Make no mistake about it. Actually, you have it again. So you have your 33, and 33 with Mr. Bill Hicks, a.k.a. Alex Jones. And just take a listen. obviously, Jiren, David Weiss on the same team of deception. Listen to what David Weiss, it's a very short clip, very, very short clip, but it's planting a seed for people out there. He's so-called promoting flat earth, but he's planting a seed that it's not a globe. Take a listen out of David Weiss's own mouth. Let me actually make sure the audio is up loud enough. And of course, it turned off again. Wow, this is really crazy. Let me get this going again. Really frustrating to deal with this live and turn off again. What is going on here? Yeah, this is really bad. All right. So I'm going to play this very short clip of David Weiss out of his own mouth. Again, planting a seed. Someone supposedly promoting flat earth, but it's on the same, it's in the same realm as Jiren. They're all on the same team. Listen to what is said here.
Because if the sun sets in Antarctica in December and January, then the Earth is not a globe.
That tells you right there. And how is that possible? How is that possible that we have a 24-hour circling sun in Antarctica? This is, turn off again. I'm just going to keep doing this until it sticks. Really unbelievable. What is going on with this? So as we know, this is the flat earth model. It's biblical, how the sun makes a circuit like the Bible states, but people rather listen to men than listen to God's word. And this makes perfect sense. So, really important, I need to mention, as I showed in the previous videos, as you see here, this is San Francisco. Let me go back here. Boy, this is like impossible to do this today, but I'm just going to keep going. I'm going to keep pushing forward, even though it keeps shutting off. This never happened before. It's funny how it's happening today. And there it goes again. I'm not going to give up on this, though. I'm going to keep doing it. So obviously, like I showed, the flat earth model with the circling sun. So, living in California. It goes again. I'll keep pausing, keep doing it. Just bear with me, everyone. This is what we're going to have to deal with tonight. So, obviously, living in California, every day, not sometimes, every day, doesn't matter if it's winter, summer, spring, or fall, I view the sun going northwest from San Francisco. The San Francisco, it's going in that direction without fail. It's always passing by where I lived near the Golden Gate area, the Sunset District. It's called the Sunset District for a reason. Obviously, it's a great view of the sunset daily. Keep at this. Let's get back here. It's a great view of the sunset. Okay, I'm going to play this. And this is from a previous video where I show the Sunset District. And there's San Francisco Zoo. There's Angel Island. There's the Golden Gate. Now, you're going to see, obviously, the sunset like it does every day. It doesn't matter what time of the year. It happens every day, 365 days a year. So someone will say, "Oh, you didn't give a date. You didn't give a time." It doesn't matter if it's winter, like I said, winter, spring, summer, fall. So here is the Golden Gate, and the sun is setting in the northwest every day. So how can the Antarctica sun make a circle and we have the sun setting daily off the coast of California going northwest? You want to explain that? How the sun could be here every day? Then suppose you're going to have an experiment with a bunch of fakers, the globers and the fake flat earthers going down to Antarctica claiming to see a 24-hour sun, and that's what's happening here with this deception. And let me pause. I'm going to stop sharing now. So I've been going on for a bit now, and I want to take a look at the chat because I appreciate all of you being here. And this time I turn off myself, but it's really frustrating, guys. And I greatly appreciate your patience dealing with this unfortunate garbage that I've been dealing with today. Big Dog, you say the comments are covering half of the screen on my TV. Which comments? Which comments? Let me go look on YouTube what you're referring to. Let me back up here a little bit. What comments are you referring to? Like I said, the screen I'm showing, that's all I can show. I cannot highlight and I cannot make the screen larger. If it does, it shuts off the screen share. I don't know what's going on with StreamYard, but it's really messed up today. So anyways, let me see here what we got here. I greatly appreciate that, FOMO on X. Let me go back here. If I can do that. Just hold tight, everyone. Yeah, El Despero Ramina, possibly. It's really crazy. I never had this issue with the screen share failing every few minutes, and this is happening, and it's really frustrating beyond belief to me. Yeah, brother, about business. I greatly appreciate you, brother, and this is really insane what's going on tonight. I mean, really, really insane how it keeps shutting off what I'm presenting. But I'm looking for something here. I want to take a look here. Just hold tight, everyone. I'm just scrolling up here. Just bear with me. And I'm going to take a look here at the comments. I need to find something first. But I greatly appreciate all your patience from everybody here listening in. Live, obviously, without a net, things go wrong, and they do go wrong, as we all seen. And I want to thank someone for the generous. Oh, and I see my great brother here, Flat Earth Banjo. Great to see you in there, brother. Great to see you, brother. I greatly appreciate you. And we've never had a crossword, never had issues, always on the same page. The only thing is we had cross wires a few times trying to connect, different time zones and all that. But we managed to have that stream recently. Thanks, brother. I greatly appreciate that about business. Thanks for that. Not required, but greatly appreciated. And there's another one here I wanted to thank as well. And I apologize. I'm looking for the other one as well. It's great to see, like I said, about business. Great dudes. Been around for a long time. Been very supportive of the channel as a mod and financially as well. Not expected, but again, greatly appreciated. There's another individual as well that I cannot see now, but I'm just going to shout him out. Like I said, it's FOMO on X, and the $50 I greatly appreciate as well. I'm scrolling up and up, and I cannot find you. There's a lot of people here, and I greatly appreciate that, of course, as well. But I just want to highlight if I can find it. But it seems like that's not going to happen. I'm scrolling. I've been scrolling for a long time. There's a lot of comments, and I cannot find you. Boy, what? Yeah, nothing. Absolutely nothing's going right. But we'll get there. We'll get there, everyone. And I'm going to take a break from screen sharing like I am right now to take a look at what people are saying. And yeah, I'm sorry about that. I'd love to highlight FOMO on X, who's a mod, the $50 on screen as well, but it looks like that's not going to happen because it's nowhere to be found. But I also see Mikey Smith. Mikey Smith and I, we had a little bit of issues, but I'm not one to hold grudges, per se. We'll leave it there. Oh, Daryl Dessa as well. Appreciate that, brother. I didn't see you there. Because like I said, when I was on the other side, I'm not seeing what's happening at all on the and here we go. I finally got to it. But thanks again, Daryl Dessa, another long time follower of the channel, a mod, as you can see, with the wrench. and the 99 cents Canadian. Greatly appreciate that. And I finally found FOMO on X. And again, brother, greatly appreciate it. Let me take a look here. There's so many comments here. This is really, it's going to be hard for me to see everyone, to read off everyone, but I'm just going to take a quick look. And again, Flat Earth Banjo, I just want to tell you before we continue on here, I greatly appreciate you sharing the information with the fake piece of garbage Brazilian flat earther, fake earther. That's the best way to describe them. And to be honest, my mistake is calling Jiren, David Weiss, all them baby truthers. No, they're fakers. They're not. That was it was funny. It's funny to call them baby truthers, but they're fake. They're fake truthers. They're not truthers. They're just here to make a buck. They're they're on assignment, and just look at the whole beginning of Flat Earth. How does someone like Patricia Steer, who's never made one single Flat Earth video, no Flat Earth evidence whatsoever, and she ends up with Rob Skiba, I believe it was on ABC. No Flat Earth work. Hosting, doing interviews, talking to Flat Earthers is not, not anything anybody can't do. You're just asking questions of how this works, how that works, what's your background. No Flat Earth at all, no Flat Earth information at all. But she ends up on TV being spotlighted with Skeebs, Red Flag and Mark Sargent. I saw, I was talking to Nathan Oakley today, and I mentioned it where I saw this happening. I saw Mark Sargent appear on the scene with the Flat Earth clues, and I'm not going to say it was bad, but he's just reading off a script. There's truth in there. But when he did his show with Patricia Steer, they didn't talk about Flat Earth. They talked about music and pop culture and these kind of things. But what I saw right away with Mark Sargent, after a few months, he was doing a show with that another so-called Flat Earther named Orphan Red or Red Orphan, whatever her name was. And Mark Sargent sitting there in a chair doing a Masonic hand sign. I didn't say anything, but I saw it. I knew it was by design. And of course, I showed Mark Sargent wearing a Masonic hat at that Flat Earth convention, that more recent one. So yeah, I don't say everything I know, because I'm in the position where if I go after all these people in the beginning, it's going to be trouble. So I was strategic about waiting at the right moment, waiting the right time. I just just stayed cool and picked my spots. But like I mentioned about David Weiss, I mentioned this before, but it's really important to mention again. The first time going live talking about Flat Earth, after the show was over, this is 2015. After the show was over, we're talking on the phone about Flat Earth, and or I was, and I mentioned how ridiculous the spinning ball is and water sticking to the bottom. He goes, "Look, you don't understand the massive amount of water that can make gravity work. Look, I have to go." Just like that. It's like, wow, really? That just, there you go, So he was a faker from the start. And like I said, not every time, but prior to going live one time, he mentioned, do not mention the 33. It's meaningless, so that's just gatekeeping. Big Dog, I greatly appreciate that $20. Thanks so much for that, brother. And I'm going to read what you said. You help to wake me up. I don't apologize, brother. I love you and the love of Jesus Christ. I never heard Skiba say anything against Jesus Christ or Flat Earth. Here's the thing is, Big Dog, it's just like Jimmy Swagger, Jimmy Baker, Joe Osteen, all these people, or Osteen, TD Jakes. They're going to give us some truth. This is Masonic duality. They mix truth and lies. So you have to look at all the fine details with Rob Skiba. During the interviews, he mentioned how when he was younger, he was a huge Star Wars fan, and how he wanted to be in the military and fly helicopters. And then later and then later on he got into video production, making movies, this, and this. Then he said later, I got involved with this organization called the CIA. And he pauses and he goes, it's not the CIA you're thinking, or is it? Haha. And he starts laughing. So this is out of his own mouth. They love to mock. So more information I showed. Rob Skiba is doing this interview talking about how he's originally from Boston, then moved to Texas, and he's been there for 33 years. Behind him, there's a Masonic square and compass on the chalkboard sideways. Behind him, there's a double EE, and the mirror reflection is a 33. So they always give hints. They have to do that. They're always going to let you know who they work for through signs and symbols and even hints. So that's the situation. That's the unfortunate thing. Again, they're going to give us some truth. They have to. I said it before. If you're going to fake a $100 bill, you're not going to use black paper and purple ink. You're going to use green paper. So you got to make it look as legit as possible. And yeah, we're going to continue on the screen share. But before doing that, I'm going to read off some more comments. Then I'm going to get back with the screen share. And what I'm probably going to do is a post-production on this to get everything synchronized with the screen share and all that. Let me see here. Plain Stevie's great to see you there, brother. A great supporter, always have my back, is Plain Stevie. Great to see you here, brother. Thank you so much. Always standing by my side, you know, every time. And I greatly appreciate you for that. Yeah, something else. The world is rigged. Something else about Skeebs. During one of his live streams, he's mentioned doing a production for like a video series, but he said he thinks Jesus is going to come back soon. He goes, hopefully not, because I want to finish this production first. Wow, really? He's going to say something like that? So yeah, they're not to be trusted. Not to be trusted. Ronnie Briggs, great to see you there, brother. As always, former resident of Las Vegas, now in Texas. I hope I have that. I'm sure I have that right. I think I got that pretty down. Yeah, in Indiana, I can't screen share that, but yeah, that's exactly supposedly not buying it. So they had to do that. I can't share that, Indiana, but I'm glad you brought it up. So it'd be suspicious of no flat earthers, quote, went under. You know, it's like, hey, there's something going on here. All these flat earthers are alive and well. What's going on? You know, maybe there's something to what they're saying. So the fake flat earthers took a fall on purpose. And don't forget, I covered it as well. And Big Dog, I hope you hear this, that the viewing for Skeebs was at 3:30. You know, so you know, there's a lot of 33s, and like literally nobody out of the flat earth community went to his viewing. Like just a few random people, and they're all smiling and laughing. Looked like a party. You know, looked like you know, like they're at a dance club and all happy and smiley. It just didn't pass the smell test. So again, I don't work off one piece of information. I work off many. I'm going to get back to screen sharing, because after I'm done screen sharing, we can get back to the Q&A and reading off things. But definitely, there's a lot of people here, and I greatly appreciate that. All you tuning in. Yeah, Jay Worms, great supporter. Again, I have to, Plain Stevie's been great. Yes, and I give you credit for that, Flat Earth Warriors, from your channel. Seed, yeah, with the Baphomet, and of course, the double E's, you flip around Seed, and you have the EE, and also the logos, the Baphomet, like we just mentioned there. I screen shared that, and I showed that before. But Skiba wasn't the topic today, but definitely agent in place. Hey, Ram Truth, that's exactly why people get pulled in. They have to give a lot of truth. It's just like maybe I'll just pull this down real quick. Here's an example that I really want to show here. that I'm gonna get real quick here. It's really important. I showed this before in a video, but I really want to spotlight this with. It won't take that long to get this because it's really important that I show this. So, for Globers, for flat earthers, whatever, this is really really important. That needs to be highlighted and spotlighted constantly. This cannot just go away and be flown under the radar. This is huge. This is an example of duality taking place. I'm going to screen share this again. If it cuts off, it cuts off. Let me play this. It's not that long. It's about a minute with Mishukaku. Let me show this here. Let me actually, I got to remove that so everybody can see. I apologize for that. Hold on one second here. So everybody can see that. All right, let me get back to present and share screen in the window. I'm going to play this clip with Mishukaku. All right, and this is really important. Now, with Skiba, he's going to give us a lot of truth and then mix in lies. This is the opposite end of the spectrum with Mishukaku. He gives us majority of all lies, then 1% truth. I said this before. People really need to listen to what I'm saying here. They work off duality. They can't give all lies. They don't give all truth. They mix a combination of both. And this is by design. Mishukaku, you're speaking in front of a group of people wearing the medallion, and take a listen to what he says about the pull of gravity, which is required to make the ball earth work. And why don't the fake flat earthers, obviously they don't use this clip during the presentation to Professor Ding Dong, Professor Dave, and all the other fake opposition. Take a listen.
Is sitting in your chair today.
Let me back it up so you hear that clearly what he said there. Turn off again. No surprise. All right, I'm going to play it now. Hopefully it doesn't cut off. We'll see what happens.
Why are you sitting in your chair today? Does gravity pull you to the floor? No, there is no such thing as gravitational pull. We lied to you.
Like I said, obviously gravity is required to make the ball earth work. The pulling force, so-called pulling force of gravity. So literally saying the ball earth doesn't work. It can't work because there's no so-called pull of gravity.
First of all, we are born scientists. When we're born, we wonder what's out there. We begin to wonder about the sun, life, the stars, what makes the oceans, the weather. We're born scientists. And then something happens. When we hit the danger years of junior high school and high school, that's when it's literally crushed out of us.
Those are the worst.
Every little flower of curiosity, said Einstein, is crushed by society itself. Because we have to learn all these facts, figures, memorization. We think that memorization is science. And that's not true at all. In science, we always say that you make observations, you have a theory, you go make more observations, and it's a very, very tedious process. Wrong. Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork.
So there you go. Let me get back here to the chat. So this is again the concept of duality on the other side of things, in the duality form. So you have Rob Skiba giving us a lot of truth and then lies, and then obviously with Mishukaku mostly lies and some truth. Again, duality. So that needs to be understood what's happening here. And we have to understand, you're not going to hear Mishukaku say that on CNN, Fox News, or MSNBC, or anywhere else. It's going to be a small platform that they're going to release that truth in plain sight. You're not going to see that in the mainstream media. They'll never play that because a lot of people wake up, but they have to say it on a smaller platform. Just like Neil deGrasse Tyson saying that stuff is flat in Austin, Texas during that presentation. And he also mentions how you've been lied to by school textbooks. So again, it's just another example of what's happening. And I see also someone that was aboard for a while, then jump aboard Jiren and David Weiss and came back, and I greatly appreciate you, Conspiracy. You been around for a while, and here's the thing: is we had a bit of a falling out on your side when I called out Weiss and Jiren, but you realize that they weren't as advertised, and I have a lot of respect for you to be able to see that, because what's going to happen is these guys are already giving all the signs. Like I said, I don't have a crystal ball, but from everything I've seen, they're going to say the ball earth. It could be a ball earth, and a lot of people are going to jump off flat earth because they have their heels dug in with both Jiren and David Weiss. And once they quote concede it's a ball by design, then a lot of people in flat earth are going to be disillusioned. They don't know where to go, where to look, and they're just going to drop off the map. No pun intended. And like Nathan Oakley stated to me today with Tiger Dan, a lot of people were aboard flat earth, and Tiger Dan, who's around for a relatively short amount of time, made an impact, 150,000 subs. And then he said, quote, the AE map doesn't make sense. So he dropped off the map. But what I'm telling you is I can assure you, myself, Nathan Oakley, Flat Earth Banjo, Flat Earth Warriors, Plain Stevie, Ramina El Despotar, we're going to stick to, as we already know. And so what's happening here? It took them 9 years to maybe, quote, they were supposed flat earthers for 9 years. All of a sudden they're questioning it. Like, obviously these people are fakers. And it's going to be transparent when I get to Wimpy Weiss and his Jesse Lee Patterson in that interview. It's completely revealing what's happening here. You don't even need to read between the lines. It's very clear. But whatever the case is, you can count on myself, Romina El Despotar, Flat Earth Warriors, a lot of people here in the chat. We're not jumping off the Flat Earth bandwagon. It reveals the truth. See, I was gonna say something. I'm gonna hold off till a little bit later regarding David Weiss, but I just know when people are legit. When David Weiss did his first Flat Earth conference, and he kept calling Earth, he kept calling it a planet. He's a so-called flat earther, during a Flat Earth conference, calling it a planet. Everybody on this planet we live on, he's not a real flat earther. There's no real passion. It's just to make a buck. Okay, just to make a buck. So let's be clear about that. All right, let's see here. Yeah, let me see here. Yeah, there's some typical trolls showing up on the scene, but they're off to the wayside. Let me see here. Just reading some comments here. And I know the mods are on the ball removing the trolls there. Yeah, Mason Tricks. Yeah, thank you for tuning in. You've been around for a long time, and I have responsibilities. This is not something I do for a living. See, these guys like Weiss, Jiren, Witsit, this is their living. They're paid to do this, and they're paid from people behind the scenes, and whatever they make in supers and donations and GoFundMes. That's just like, the best analogy is like you make a set wage at a restaurant if you're a waiter or waitress. Then you make tips. So they make a living plus tips, and living in California, it's very expensive. And how can you live in California and, quote, make a measly amount like Jiren on YouTube and survive? Not happening. He's getting paid by the other side. I have no doubt. And like I said, I'm looking, this is what I foresee after the fake flat earthers jump off the flat earth. They're going to book deals, interviews, and they're gonna be set. So that's bottom line is money, of course. I'm going to continue once again with the screen share, but I'm just looking at some of the comments because I want to conclude actually the screen share. Then we can go through and talk about everything, and I'll read off a lot of things. So I think let's just conclude the. It's about halfway done with the screen share. Let's get to that. There's going to be more interruptions, of course. It keeps turning off, and it's really unbelievable. This never happened to me before. Never happened before. All of a sudden, it's happening. It's really, really insane. All right, let me do this again here. All right, let me get back to present and share screen. Actually, I got to take that off 1 second. Just hold tight, everyone. Hold tight. I'm going to remove that, and then I'm going to take. Okay, there we go. So I'm going to get back to presenting. It's going to shut off here and there, but I'm just going to keep putting it back up. Okay, let's do this. All right, let's continue on with the fake flat earthers, and here's that guy Will Duffy again. Now, there it goes. The shut off again. Wow, really crazy. All right, here's Will Duffy again with Jiren and Witsit, and let's take a look at what he does here. Like I said, millionaire, 33 years old. 33 on his website with the 33 verses or 33 commenters, whatever he had on his website. The 33 is everywhere. And of course, Jiren and Wiss, they're not going to call that out. They're not going to mention the 33 because to them, quote, it's meaningless.
Okay, so this is very important.
Let me turn up the volume a little bit. It's a little bit low. Okay, turn off again. That's okay. We'll get it back. Let's get this audio up. His audio is a little bit too low. Get back to screen share and get back to present. I'm going to keep shutting me off here. All right, let's play it. Hopefully it doesn't shut off. There it goes again. Unbelievable. All right, let's try again.
Okay, so this is very important. Really quick, I just want to go through the phases here. So this is what we refer to as a full moon, which is when the side that's lit up is facing the Earth. And then as we turn it here, when you see the half moon, it's because the side that's facing the Earth, you can only see half the side that's lit. When we keep going, you're going to see your crescent moon there.
So Will Duffy, the guy that's heading this so-called final experiment with flat Earth versus globe in Antarctica, he's getting this the so-called model of the moon, and he's turning it. We know we don't see the dark side of the moon. He's turning it, and he's talking to the people in Jiren's chat like they're children, like they don't know this, they don't understand it. But the whole purpose, obviously, is to do his one-eye symbolism. But again, we only see one face of the moon. And this guy, I've heard him speak globe versus flat Earth. He just knows the globe talking points, and he exposed himself as knowing really nothing. He's just like memorizing as much as he can. It's like someone studying for an exam and crash studying and trying to get everything down as much as possible. And he really has a lot of holes in his so-called globe beliefs. Of course, he's put in this position, obviously by design. Let's continue on here.
Remember, this is just a straight line creating all of these shapes. There's your crescent moon, and then this is what we call a new moon. A new moon is when the opposite side of the moon to the Earth is the one that's lit up, and the dark side is what's facing the Earth. So not only do we have the dark side, we've got a bright light, which is the sun over here, which is why we don't see a new moon. Okay.
And I'll mention this too. Actually, I'm going to stop this, and I want to show a video. This is something I forgot to include. I'm going to stop sharing for a second. I'm going to include a video showing and proving that when it comes to the moon, we're supposedly, according to science, gets a reflection off the sun. And I'm going to stop sharing for a second. I'm going to present a video that's, first off, let me get it real quick. It'll only take a minute. Yeah, I found it right away. Okay, good. Now, this is really important aspect. And I hope someone passes this on to Sub Johnny. He sent this video to me years ago. Let me get back to screen share. And hopefully this will work. All right, there we go. All right. Now this video is by a Russian guy that there we go. It keeps shutting off. A Russian guy living in Canada, working in Canada. Now take a look at that moon. This is during the sunset. The moonlight is pointing at 10 o'clock. And I greatly appreciate this, Johnny, for sending me this video. And he said this several years ago. And just take a look as I play the video. And like I said, I truly believe, I said this before, that the sun and the moon work together, of course. But basically, the sun acts like the sun and the moon act like a positive, negative, like a battery. And the moon is being charged by the sun. It's not a reflection, but they're definitely working together. So they're always giving us false explanations for things to keep society dumbed down, obviously. They don't want to reveal any of these truths so people can catch on and figure things out. But this is clear that the moonlight is at 10 o'clock where you have a sunset. It doesn't match as a reflection. Let's play the video.
Вот again, look, вот сейчас хорошо видно. Moon. Okay, sun should be here. No sun. No sun even on the horizon. Crazy. See. Whole camera parallel to ground. Go like this. Now go up. Moon. Sunlight. Where? Now I turn camera like this. Sunlight should be here.
So it's going back and forth, back and forth. He's going to go back. You're going to see a nice close-up of the moonlight at 10 o'clock.
There's no visible sun. Camera parallel to the ground. Turn right. Now up. This is the moon. Where is light source? Somewhere over here. It's crazy. So light source is 10 o'clock. Right? Go down, horizon. Go here, no sun. No sun. No sun at all on the sky. No visible sun. Below horizon. Sun below horizon. Moon shows not down. Moon shows light source is up. Above horizon. It's clear.
So clearly, as he's shown, I greatly appreciate, and of course it shuts off. Let's go back to presenting again. And I greatly appreciate everybody's patience dealing with this nonsense. I've been dealing with the screen share. But obviously, boy, shut off again. Hold on. Yeah, that's pretty good right there. Let me get back here, boy. All right. So you see, obviously, like that was mentioned, the moonlight shining at or pointing towards 10 o'clock, approximately 10 o'clock, and there's no visible sun at the horizon. This is a perfect demonstration that, again, like I mentioned, I believe the sun and moon work together, but it's being charged, and why it's pointing at that direction obviously shows it's not a reflection. So that's clear as day, pun intended. Let's get back here. 1 second here. Let me do this and let me do that. All right. What's the next clip here I'm going to play? All right. This is going to be, I'm going to get back to sharing again because it keeps turning off like we know. Get back this. This is Will Duffy once again. And he's going to make the most ridiculous statement here talking about the Selenian eclipses, which I've covered, the lunar eclipse, where the top portion is dark and the bottom is illuminated. It shouldn't happen. It should be reversed with the lunar eclipse. Let's listen to this. This guy has no idea what he's talking about. Obviously, doesn't belong in the so-called debate. There shouldn't be a debate because we already know the earth is flat. We're just, our job is not to debate fakers that deny God's created flat earth with the dome. It's, we shouldn't partake in debates with the agents and shills our job is to promote God's created flat earth to people that are not awake and not deal with these people are just a distraction. Let's play the video.
Quote unquote impossible eclipse, you only used one word that was really accurate, which is that it's observed. The first time you described it, you said they're both above the horizon, which is false. The second time you described it, you said they're observed, which is accurate. There's a difference. There's a difference between where something physically is and where something is physically observed, right? If you look in a mirror, you can observe something, but that's not where it physically is. So, do you agree that the selenilian eclipse only happens on the horizon? No. Okay, you're wrong. And I want everybody that's watching to Google selenilian eclipses and read about it, and they will read that it only happens at the horizon. So you are wrong, Austin.
Now let's look at this clip as I played before many years ago, where you're going to see the selenium eclipse. This is in New Mexico. Yeah, you see here, this is obviously well above the horizon. So Will Duffy, and there you go again, shutting off at that exact moment I wanted to present this. Wow. We're going to do it again. We'll get through this, even though it's going to take forever. But there you go. Mr. Disinfo, Will Duffy, debunked his claim it only happens at the horizon. This is obviously well above the horizon. So not researched whatsoever, but he wants to head a so-called experiment to close the debate, like it's the final experiment, final debate. What a complete insult! What a complete joke from someone that's come out of the woodwork that doesn't know what they're talking about. Now, when it comes to Wimpy Weiss, right when I show him, it turns off. What an amazing coincidence that is. Now, let me get back here again. Just gonna have to deal with this. That's all we can do. So as we see, Wimpy Weiss here, and we'll play this clip in a bit. But first off, I want to get to this really embarrassing and telling interview, which just turned off. Again, for anybody that's joining in a little bit late, I'm having obviously serious issues with the screen share. It keeps turning off. It's turned off dozens and dozens of times as I'm trying to present. Now, this is really important when you put it all together with everything I put together with the fake flat earther in Brazil and the so-called flip-flop. He was a fake flat earther in the beginning. Will Duffy interjecting himself. Jiren saying if there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, then we live in a globe. David Weiss saying the same thing. Now, this is really telling. This is a recent interview with JLP, Jesse Lee Patterson. And Jesse Lee Patterson makes Wimpy Weiss look like a complete imbecile, complete fool, just like Professor Dave. And this is very telling. This is supposedly Flat Earth Dave, right? Flat Earth Dave. He's supposedly, quote, the #1 flat earther. He's not a flat earther. But really important, I want to mention, he's wearing a shirt because he knows Jesse Lee Patterson is a Christian. So what does Wimpy Weiss show up with? A reference to the biblical verse from Psalm 11:9, mentioning God's firmament. The heavens, show the glory of God, and the firmament shows his handiwork. So he's wearing that shirt because he's pandering to a Christian. That's what he does, and I'll get more into that. But this is very revealing and very embarrassing if you're a follower of Wimpy Weiss. It's horrendous. It's horrible. And let's play the clip. And it's going to be, the clip should be about 16, 17 minutes, but I sped up the footage. The footage will be about, I would say, about 2/3 the length, because they're talking too slow, and I want the footage to, I want to be more concise with this. So they're going to be speaking a little bit fast because they're, it just helps condense, consolidate, and makes a better presentation. Let's play this clip again. Extremely embarrassing. The so-called flat Earth leader, not a flat earther. Let's get to it.
Yeah, you're telling me that you have never been a Christian. You believed in science.
At that time, yeah. I mean, I would classify myself as if you want to define Christian, more of a Christian than many people, Bible thumpers that call themselves Christians.
And I haven't defined Christian. How do you define Christianity?
Oh well, now we're diving in. I would say somebody that believes in the Creator, that believes in Christ, that loves their neighbor and obeys God's law. That's the foundation of Christianity.
Oh.
So I'm going to pause there momentarily. Look at, again, David Weiss wearing this shirt in reference to God. Okay, I'm going to actually, let me raise the volume on these clips. It's a little bit low. And obviously the screen share went off, but that's okay. I'm going to turn it back on. I'll turn it back on. That one's up. Okay. We'll play that. And then you guys will get the gist of it. Okay. All right. Let's get back to put this present back on the share screen once again. Hold on. Let me get this right. The whole thing got messed up here. Hold on. I might have to back up here a little bit. All right. So this is really important. I'm gonna let me get back to share. Now, again, listen to this from, oh boy, keeps turning off, keeps turning off. I keep turning it back on. All right, let's hopefully this doesn't keep happening. It's going to happen, but hopefully not as often. So listen to this from David Weiss, you know, his words about Christianity. And then I'm going to play a previous clip where it's complete blasphemy. So he plays the role again of a Christian to a Christian man, and then you'll clearly understand what he does to some younger adults, the exact opposite.
Believes in Christ, that loves their neighbor and obeys God's law. That's the foundation of Christianity.
Oh, okay. And do you believe that God created heaven and earth?
Yes.
You do believe that?
Yes.
And
so you just heard David Weiss says he believes that God created heaven and earth. Now listen to this. Played this before a while ago. This is very revealing. So again, Wimpy Weiss was pandering to a Christian man. Now he's talking to these kids that believe in evolution. They live in a ball. Now take a listen to what David Weiss says here.
The Earth is a pre-designed world, right?
Yes. It is a intelligently designed world.
Yeah. By some higher power or higher intelligence, whatever.
Maybe a moron made it. I don't know.
Complete blasphemy. Once again, I'm sure many have seen that clip. I played it before, but the point being, as it turns off once again, get back to share screen. And he says the exact opposite here. Wearing the shirt about the heavens declare the glory of God, you know, and saying he believes in God. Then the other clip, he says maybe a moron made it. I mean, this says it all right here, and this might be hard to see. I'll continue on playing the Jesse Lee Patterson interview. That's very revealing. But what I'm getting at here, and hopefully you guys can see that fine. I apologize if it's not very clear. But this is an interview that David Weiss had with CNN about 5 years into being a quote flat earther, of course, a fake flat earther. And he says it himself. This is from, again, CNN's own website. It's still up. People can see the URL. Maybe it's not that clear, but this is David Weiss. I don't want to be a flat earther, David Weiss says, his voice weary as he reflects on his personal so-called awakening. Would you want to wake up in the morning and want everyone to think you are an idiot? So he's concerned what deceived people think in society, that believe all the lies of this world. He's worried what they think about him. Obviously, again, a fake flat earther. And he's pandering to like I said before, he's a chameleon. Depending who he speaks to, who's interviewing him, he'll play that role. Just like, I'm not going to play the clip. He was interviewed by a bunch of like a rowdy kind of guys that were dropping F-bombs and cursing every other word. And he was doing the same thing with them, dropping F-bombs and saying a bunch of horrible things as far as curse words are concerned. Because again, that's what chameleons do. He's a fake and he's a phony. Now, this is revealing. Hopefully, it doesn't turn off when I click on it. And it does, of course. Let me get back here. Every time, it's pretty much every time I click on something else I want to present, it shuts off. That's when it shuts off. Every time I want to present something new, sometimes I don't do anything, it just shuts off. Anyways, now this is very revealing. Like I said, this clip should be about 16 minutes or so. It's condensed down to about 9 minutes, approximately. Let's take a listen. And this is, again, completely embarrassing, beyond embarrassing. If you're a follower of David Weiss, there's no words for this. Let's just play it. It speaks for itself.
Of level, horizontal. We live on a non-rotating, level, topographical, horizontal plane. And, we have hills and valleys and everything, but everything is level. And we know this for a fact. Now, in the flat earth community, we're trying to figure this place out. Flat earthers are willing to say, we don't know. Or, hey, that works on both flat and globe. And what you'll find out in this conversation, things will fall into three pots. Works on a flat earth, works on a globe earth, and works on both. And you'll find that things go into both end bowls, but the middle bowl, the globe, nothing goes in there by itself. Nothing. So you have to keep looking at the evidence. And, here's the thing. We can, since we have 5 hours to do the show, we're barely going to be able to cover all of the information. So what I tell people is, do not believe anything I say. Go verify it yourself, but Google will not hand you anything. If you Google flat earth, Google my name, Google anything, you're going to get propaganda. You're going to get nonsense, right? On my website, flatearthdave.com, there's a button called the Crash Course, and there's a list of videos in there that are being hidden from you. Watch those videos with a skeptical mind. Do not believe anything. Verify everything. And I'm so confident. For those of you who know what Bitcoin is, I offer 3 Bitcoins for 1 globe proof, but you have to watch those videos first.
And so do you know for sure and without a doubt that the Earth is flat?
I know for sure and without a doubt that it's not a globe as they describe.
And do you know for sure and without a doubt that it's flat?
Well, what is your definition of flat?
Do you know for sure and without a doubt that the Earth is flat?
Well, it's not flat because there's hills and valleys, so that's not flat.
But you're a flat earther.
It's level. It's horizontal. But how would you describe a pond? Is it flat?
Do you know for sure and without a doubt that the Earth is flat?
Well, all of our observations show a flat level Earth, 127,000 feet. Earth isn't spinning out from underneath here. It looks flat.
And do you know for sure and without a doubt that the Earth is flat?
Are you going to keep asking me until I answer? I know for sure that the Earth is not rotating. I know for sure that it is level. I know for sure that all plumb bobs are parallel to each other and perpendicular to horizontal. I know for sure that the oceans do not bend when at rest. I know for sure that we can see farther than the physical ball allows us to, right? If there's a curvature, my mouth is behind the curvature. You can't see it because of the curvature, a physical horizon. There is no physical horizon, and our optics today have made us see much farther than our naked eyes could before. We can see with our naked eyes farther than the geometric globe allows, and with optics, we can see magnitudes farther. Now, the things that we can see at distances, there's 2 options. Earth is flat, or the Earth is 1,000 times bigger than they're telling us. And
so a flat earther, supposed flat earther, is saying it could be a ball. It's just larger. So he claims to be a flat earther, but he also states it could be a larger ball. That means somehow gravity is going to work, like he told me in the phone conversation years ago, like I mentioned, that gravity can work because the massive amount of water enables gravity to be able to work. So now he goes from Flat Earth Dave to Flat Earth, quote, it could be flat, it could be a giant ball Dave. So don't call him Flat Earth Dave. Call him maybe flat, maybe a giant ball Dave. That's his name from now on.
they're hiding more land, more resources. They're hiding all sorts of things. So, do I know for sure the Earth is flat? I know for sure it's not a globe.
And so do you know for sure and without a doubt that the Earth is flat?
Well, let's take a look at this. So here is a view.
You're not answering my question.
I'm going to answer your question.
You might not be able to see me on the camera yet, but I'm black and slow.
I see you.
I'm black and slow. Oh, you can see me. You notice that I'm black and slow now. Right. So before we move on, do you know for sure and without a doubt that the Earth is flat?
I'll answer that question after you answer this question, okay? If the Earth is the size that they tell us, which is 24,901 miles around, it's hard to see out here, but there's a whole bunch of mountains.
You still didn't answer my question yet.
I'm going to answer it.
Where are you going to answer? After the show?
After this slide. All right? All right. So these mountains, according to the Earth's size, should be behind 50 miles of curvature. They should be 50 miles below the curvature, but we can see them. What would that tell you? Would that tell you that the Earth is flat?
You asking me that?
I'm asking you that.
I don't know, because I know that the Earth, because it's made of dirt, it tends to go fall from one thing to another. It's never stay the same due to the
Yes.
fact that it is created from dirt. So the mountain
Sure.
can be one place or one way today and another place. So do you know for sure and without a doubt that the earth is flat?
What's your definition of flat? Is flat a perfectly smooth surface? Because then no, it's not flat.
Do you know for sure and without a doubt that the earth is flat?
I know for sure, without a doubt, that there is no curvature. So if something doesn't have curvature, then it's what?
Do you know for sure and without a doubt that the earth is flat?
I keep asking me, Jesse, but if something doesn't have curvature, then it's what?
Do you know for sure that the earth is flat without a doubt?
If something isn't moving, then it's what?
Why are you not answering my question so we can move on?
Because the answer is what is the definition of flat? Like, is a table flat?
You don't
Take a
know what
microscope, look at
flat
a
is?
table. Take a microscope, look at a table.
You don't know
can see
what
hills and valleys on
you
there.
don't know
Is it
what flat is, but yet you call yourself a flat earth expert? What the?
Jesse, Jesse, let me answer that.
Shut.
You look at your kitchen table and it looks flat, but then you take an electron microscope and look at it. There's mountains and valleys on there. Is it flat?
But you won't answer my question if no, I'm just playing.
Is your kitchen table flat?
But you won't answer. You're the expert
I'm going to
here.
answer it. I'm going to answer
You're
it.
the
You answer
expert
that.
here on
Is your
flat.
kitchen
You're the
table
expert
flat?
here on flat Earth, right? And you came highly recommended, and you can't even answer the question if you know for sure and without a doubt that the Earth is flat. How can you be a flat earther and you don't know what flat is?
I'm really a true earther, a level plane, non-rotating earther.
So you're not a flat earther.
I'm going to answer the question if you answer this question.
You're a true
Your kitchen
earther and
table-
not a flat earthy?
I'm gonna tell you that the earth is flat if you answer this question.
No, you keep asking me questions. I answer your
Is your
question.
kitchen table flat?
I don't have one.
Is your desk flat? Is the desk that you have flat?
Do you know for sure and without a doubt that the Earth is flat? Expert.
In your definition of flat, if your desk is flat, if your floor is flat, then the earth is flat.
Well, I don't have a floor. I have a dirt floor.
You're standing on a floor right now. Come on, Jesse.
No, I'm standing on a stage.
You're on a stage. So is the stage flat?
It's kind of round.
Oh, come on. Is it flat? I'm not talking about the
There
exterior.
are portions
I'm
of
talking
it
about
that are flat, but there are portions that are round. And so do you know for sure and without a doubt that the Earth is flat?
If you describe something as not having curvature as being flat, then yes, for sure, I know that it's flat.
I'm sorry?
If something does not curve, then it is flat.
So you don't know for sure if the Earth is flat?
I do know that the earth does not curve. There is no
But
curvature.
you're saying everything but what I'm asking.
I thought I answered the question pretty good.
Not yet. Not yet.
I got to stop there because this is recently. They're ready to jump off the flat earth truth. So we can't say it's for sure because it will go against the current agenda of flip-flopping from flat to globe. So he can't say it. Yes, he's flat earth day, but he can't say the earth is flat. It's going to be more revealing as we continue here. Hopefully it doesn't shut off when I hit play button again.
Do I know for sure that the earth is flat? There's two options.
Let your yes be yes and your no's be no. Do you know for sure that the Earth is flat?
Since you're forcing me to answer this, I'll answer it. It is either flat or 1,000,000 times bigger than they tell us.
So he's not a flat earth, Dave, like I said. It's either flat or 1,000,000 times bigger. Quote, 1,000,000 times bigger. So it's possible that we live on a giant ball that's bigger than they say. So he's not flat earth, Dave. He's half flat earther, half glober. Unbelievable. And this is the supposed leader, quote, supposed leader of flat earth. He's not, never was. He's a flat earth actor.
So what?
It's either flat or 1,000,000 times bigger than they tell us, so we can't detect any curvature.
So you
Because
don't
of the
know
size
for
that it
sure.
is-
So you don't know for sure if it's flat or not.
Here, I'll tell you this. If the earth was 1,000,000 times bigger than they told us, that means there's 1,000,000 times more, the number of continents and 1,000,000 times the resources. That's a big problem. I'll go with that. So it's either 1,000,000 times bigger or more, or it's flat.
And so you don't know for sure then if it's flat. And you're just taking a guess as
no.
The other people who say that is round, like a ball.
No.
So the round ball people are taking a guess about it, and you're taking a guess about it because you don't know for sure that it's flat. And you don't know for sure and without a doubt that it's flat, right?
So the people that say the earth is a globe, they have dimensions. We've disproven those dimensions.
But you still didn't
we
prove
know
anything.
for sure. We know for sure that it's not a globe the size that they tell us.
So
for sure.
But you can't prove that the earth is flat.
Well,
you try to
because I don't
prove
know
that the
all
earth is not.
possibilities.
You try
I
to
don't know
prove
all
that the earth is
possibilities.
not round by saying it's not round, but it's flat. But you don't have any. You don't know for sure and without a doubt that it's flat either.
Not flat like this. This is not real. This is what you'll find.
But you don't know that.
Well, we know it's not this.
You don't know that.
Yes, we do.
No, you don't. You don't even know if it's flat or not.
Well, it's your definition of flat.
But let me ask this. I move on since you don't know for sure and without a doubt. But let me ask.
Flat or 1,000,000 times bigger. I think that either one of those says something.
So it could be round, but it's just 1,000,000 times bigger than what you can see. So it could be round then, right?
That is true. But think
I
about
rest my
this.
case.
What if
We still don't have proof that it's flat.
are hiding a million times the number of continents? What if they're hiding that? Resources, civilizations. What if? We don't know. So I believe it's a level, stationary, non-rotating plane. Every test done through time, through history, that looks
I know,
for
but you
axial
can't
rotation.
do a what if. If the frog didn't have a glass ass, he wouldn't have broken when you jump either. So you can't do what if. You're just doing what the round earthers are doing. You're doing the same
No,
thing.
I'm not.
You're
can't
trying
say
to
that.
prove.
You can't say that.
You're trying to
You can't say
prove that the round earth is not round, but you don't know for sure that it's flat. And I understand that.
Yeah, well, I mean, Jesse, if the Earth was a million times bigger than they told us, that means they're hiding a lot of stuff from us. That's a problem.
Right, but the point is, it
Same thing
could
with
be
flat.
that. So still don't have the proof without a
Right.
doubt that it's flat. You're just saying, well, if it's round, they're hiding something from us. But it still doesn't prove. It still doesn't prove that it is flat.
Right.
Right.
Well, so the thing is
that right?
What is flat is the question. So yes, it doesn't prove that it's just flat like you're pigeonholing me to. But
I rest my case.
Since we can prove that it's not a globe nearly like they say.
But you haven't even proved that it's not a globe. The globe might be so big you can't see around it.
Well, you know what? If it's flat or a million times bigger, I'm a million times bigger earther.
There you go. He's a million times a bigger earther. Give me a complete break. And yeah, that says a lot right there. Anybody watching, listening in, you're watching these flat earthers, so-called flat earthers, bury themselves, and it's completely embarrassing. And it's very transparent what's happening. And this is the thing is, you guys got to remember this. I said this. I said, watch out in the future. These guys can pull off, just like Bob did. They're in the same camp as Bob from Glowbusters, on that hit piece on Flat Earth. So they're all working together, same agenda, pushing the same, telling their followers the Earth is flat. But when they go on these shows, they're not sure. So it's Flat Earth Dave, but he's not really Flat Earth Dave, obviously. I mean, literally, they're burying themselves, and this, it's very telling, obviously. And it's, this is not a surprise to me. Like I said, prior live stream, I said, watch out in the future. What these flat Earth shows are going to flip flop, and yeah, and this is something I predicted, and not surprising because we said, like I said, Bob did it before. He was the first to basically hint, and in what happens. All these globers, oh yeah, flat earther admits, there's problems with the flat earth. This always happens when they go on these large platforms. They lay a giant egg, just like Wimpy Weiss intentionally cannot say Earth is flat. It's really embarrassing. I'm repeating myself a lot here on this, but I really want to hammer the point, and that's a really important thing to do. This topic is the foundation of the world we live in, the God-created world, and I'm not going to play any more of the Jesse Lee Patterson video, but I will mention this because it goes on and on and on. So David Weiss talks about how Earth is created. We could tell by nature, and Jesse Lee Patterson disagrees, and they go back and forth. And what David Weiss says, it opened me up to the creator. And Jesse Lee Patterson said, it doesn't matter if it's ball or flat. Either you believe or you don't. It does make a difference because obviously the number one key thing that I've been harping on for many, many years, since 2015, is obviously a Big Bang explosion created the so-called ball Earth. That's the reasoning. That's what created the so-called ball Earth. It removes God from the equation. Now, the big thing about flat Earth, of course, besides being flat, is there's a dome. And obviously, a dome must be created. It just does not happen. Does not just happen. People can make claims, oh, a flat Earth can just happen. A dome structure above the world we live in doesn't happen. So that's the big thing. And that's why a lot of these fake flat earthers, they don't want to talk about the dome. They want to talk about other lands. Well, how are you going to get to the other lands if there's a dome? It doesn't make any sense. So there's one more faker that I'm going to be covering. Then I'll get to the chat, and I'll be answering a lot of questions. And I greatly appreciate the super chats and everybody that's joining in. Thanks so much. All right, let's get to the last individual. I mean, this guy here, I mean, this is really the bottom of the barrel when it comes to the fake flat earth. There's this complete troll piece of garbage. Yeah, everybody, not everybody knows about him, but literally the lowest form that exists in the so-called flat earth actors segment of the fake flat earthers. This guy does not care about flat earth whatsoever. He cares about being famous. He's a failed musician. Couldn't make it as a musician. At the time, he was like the last to jump aboard flat earth when flat earth was hot. He saw all the views that conspiracy and flat earth videos were getting. He said, oh, this is a great thing to get involved with. You know, he admits to following my channel. I never followed this piece of garbage. No reason to. I knew he was an infiltrator. He said it of his own mouth he's an infiltrator. I showed that clip many times. But yeah, basically, just someone that positioned himself in to flat earth because for attention. He always brags about showing his face. So what? Anderson Cooper shows his face and shows his name. Neil deGrasse Tyson, Michio Kaku, Bill Nye. You see how he looks like? So what? All these individuals that show their face, so they must be legit, I guess. Barack Obama shows his face. Oh, he must be legit right there, fake Jake. So first things first, signs and symbols. Once again, this thing's just shut off again. Let's get back here. Talking about signs and symbols. So fake Jake talks about Trump and the 666 hand sign. What is fake Jake doing with his fingers here? Anybody that knows about the occult and masonry and signs and symbols, he's doing the sign of benediction, also known as the Baphomet sign. Okay, let's look side by side. I can't blow up the photo because it just turns everything off like it just did. And we'll keep playing this here. We'll get through it. We'll get through it. But the point being is identical. The goatee, like the goat. The sign of benediction. And this is recent where he has the AE map on his hat. Give me a break. You know, some are going to say flat earth equals 33, of course. But the point being is this is just an actor with a purple curtain behind him. What does he do before he goes live? He likes to wave his hands like he's some kind of magician, like putting a trance on his followers. That's what he's done. You got to have really, really piss poor discernment if you follow this clown with this clown hat. You know, and that's what it comes down to. But obviously, they talk with their hands, and obviously the same sign as Baphomet again with the goatee as the goat, one and the same. And of course, Jake the a-hole, he has to play that role, disruptive, playing like the jester, troublemaker, you know, just disturbing everyone. That's what he does. And he's pushing just like the fake flat earthers that are going to supposedly do this experiment. And it turn off again. Okay, let's keep doing this. And this is the last individual that's listed. But let's get here. Let's get back here. So this is something I've mentioned before back in 2015 that there are some individuals like Antonio Subarats who was, as far as flat earthers, so-called flat earthers, he's another actor. But at the same time, he puts Jake in his place because as far as flat earthers or quote fake flat earthers are concerned, whatever you want to call them, he's the one that said the AE map doesn't work. What they don't realize, there's a dome. And when you get closer to the dome, there's going to be a reflection. Just like you have a halogen lamp, like I do in my room, I have a halogen lamp, and I have it against the corner. In the way that light works, it shoots off in different directions. It behaves differently than if the halogen lamp light is in the center of the room. So that's an important aspect that they don't talk about is the firmament, God's created dome that's going to extend light in these southern regions. And that's why you have the extended amount of time, say in Ushuaia, South America, down over here. That's because, again, the dome's at play. And obviously, when the sun circles in the center, it's going to move faster. When you go out here, it's going to be like slug speed. Just like the Olympic racers, the ones on the inside, you know, they're way back. The ones on the farther outside, they get a head start because obviously it's a longer distance and they are moving obviously slower compared to someone on the inside. Just an example, imagine you're running track at your high school and the people that are running track, the outdoor track on the, you know, of course, with the football field in the center, and you have the track around the football field at your high school or college. Now imagine you're running on the outside perimeter of that same school. Just imagine that you're going to be running a lot further. You're going to be like you're moving in slow motion compared to those in the middle. This is very basic, very common sense stuff. But the point is, Fake Jake has been using this. He stole it from a Glober, and actually, even after that, Antonio Subrat started calling out this AE map, which is obviously the truth. It's God's created flat Earth with the circling sun. Now let's play this clip here. Even though I don't agree with Antonio Subrat, he has, I'm definitely taking a side here, calling out Fake Jake. And this is hilarious. Jake blows a gasket because he, you know, Antonio Subrat, he nails him really good. Take a listen.
We're too afraid.
Okay, this is a little bit low on the volume. Let me get it raised up a bit. It's too low. And then I gotta get this back working again. So for those that don't know, this individual, Antonio Subrat, was supposedly in a relationship with Patricia Steer. He was around about 2015. He's English based, also in Spain. But he's like an artist that got involved with Flat Earth, and he supposedly passed away. But listen to this exchange. Like I said, Antonio Subrat was, after Glober said the AE map doesn't work, he was the so-called first flat earther to agree with it and says it does have problems, which is not true. But let's listen to the dialogue nonetheless.
We're too afraid.
When I was calling out the map, it wasn't because of you, because you weren't even on the scene. You understand?
No one ever listened to you.
You're way back.
You don't have any
us.
discernment. You went and
you're way behind us, Jake.
Steer. Why would
Jake,
anyone listen to you?
Jake, you are way behind. You're way behind everybody else.
And Antonio Subrat is speaking the 100% truth. See how calm and collected he is, even though I don't agree on the whole AE map debate as far as it not being the truth. I love how he puts Jake in his place in many ways here, because he's telling the truth. Jake jumped aboard very, very late. He was like, you know, it's like a marathon runner, you know, that cuts in, doesn't run the first half of the race, then jumps in the last half and declares victory or something. And I love how Antonio Subrat is calling him out. And Jake is blowing a fuse because Antonio Subrat is speaking the truth. Not about the Flat Earth AE map, but about Jake jumping aboard late. Let's continue.
You didn't have enough discernment.
Listen, Jake.
To know whether
you
a
are,
man is a
Jake,
woman or not.
Jake, listen.
You want me to be friends
you
with
are
Powerland,
okay. It's
and
really
I'm supposed
simple.
to listen to you?
Let me see.
Fuck off, dude.
Okay.
You're so no.
Okay. So I've just muted you so you can calm down. You don't realize that you're way behind all the other people on the flat earth who've been looking at maps. You don't realize. And you go screaming, you think people are going to stop looking at the Gleasons and showing the Gleasons and discussing the Gleasons because of you? No, dude, people are still going to do it. You think the United Nations is going to take it off the flag because of you? Come on, get down from your delusional horse, man. You need to unmute if you want to talk. You need to unmute.
Anyways, while this is playing, I'm going to put pause here. And I love Antonio Subrat says something here that is very true. That we all know this. Anybody that's been around for a long time in Flat Earth, what Jake does, he takes from others. People in truth, like myself, I do my own original work, my own original investigations. Jake just sits back and waits for others to do work, such as Q and Fee. Then he takes from him, he takes from me, he takes from Antonio Subrat, he takes from others, and he repacks it like it's his own. And his dumb, gullible followers don't know this. They don't know. So you got to be a really bad discernment, piss poor discernment to follow fake Jake. And this is hilarious here as we continue on. Let's continue on with Antonio Subrat and fake Jake.
I don't know. I've never used the device. You'll have to see. So another thing, tweaker shelter. Those words first came out of Matt Powerland's mouth.
That's 100% truth. The first one to use. See, Jake stole that from Matt Powerland, which I will show in a minute. The whole tweaker shelter, and Jake put it on a T-shirt to make money. But everybody knows, has been around, knows that the comedian Matt Powerland came up with that, and Jake took it. Jake claims it was, quote, inspired by Matt Powerland. No, it came from Matt Powerland. And so, again, Jake is going to blow a fuse because Antonio Subrat is making him look like a fool that he is.
Not yours. The photo that you use is a photo I based a video on 2 years ago.
He's telling the truth. Antonio
2 years ago.
Telling the truth. Look at Jake. Ha, 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 ha. And that's it. Thank you, Jakey. And like I said, Matt Powerland, and I covered this when he first came aboard the scene. He said some good things. I'll give him that. But then he parades around wearing the orange 33 shirt. You got your dual 33 with a 33 right on it. And then a fake Jake's Photoshop 33 football jersey. Yeah. And, agents in play. And going to be pretty close to concluding here. A little bit more. And this is Fakey Jakey trying to debunk what I say regarding God's created flat earth. And that's the job of these people. They don't care about flat earth. They just want you to pull you away from God, the creator, and keep the, that hamster wheel spinning. This is from my video that he's covering, where I show this Bible verse from Psalm, where it talks about how the sun circuits above the earth. It's obviously like a circle, a circuit, and the heat cannot hide from it. So when you have, and I'm going to show that right now, hopefully it doesn't turn off. Well, I'm just going to play the video, then we'll get to it. It'll show every time I'm clicking over to other items. That's part of the shut off. It is happening on its own, but that's also part of it as well. But let's play this and this ridiculous statement by Fake Jake. Show this rack at this hardware store, and by observation alone, these racks appear to be unlevel. So he's about to talk, but what I'm showing here is, again, like I said, these are at a hardware store, very famous hardware store, Lowe's, where these racks obviously don't appear to be level. Of course, if you put a leveling device, water level device, they're all level. It's due to perspective. Obviously, they're looking down, and that's how airplanes work. Everything, the sun in the sky, telephone poles, is due to perspective. But listen to Fake Jake's response here. Unbelievable.
Yep, I already know where he's going with this. So he's going to make the point that the sun is setting and just going farther away from you, like these racks. I already discussed this earlier, and I can prove this is bullshit. This is a bullshit argument. The sun gets bigger when it goes down.
We'll stop right there. The sun, when it, quote, goes down, There's more moisture closer to Earth, so you have a lensing effect. But it depends where you're at, depends on many factors. Sometimes it looks smaller, sometimes it looks larger. It depends on the moisture and the lensing effect. Again, this is very simple to understand, but this complete moron doesn't get it, obviously.
That rack getting smaller. So if that rack kept on going, the rack would just get smaller and smaller. But the sun doesn't do that. The sun gets big and then it goes into the ground.
So the sun goes in the ground. That means the sun would melt people if it's going into the ground. He claims the sun's literally going in towards the ground. It's not perspective. Okay, let's take a look here. I got two video footages to show, and I'm going to explain it after I present and show it. So this is in Africa. Is this the No, this was this one. This one's the African sunset, or is the next one? Yeah, I believe this is the African sunset. Or maybe this is the one. No, the one, I think the one next is in Africa. This is not the African one, but this is the one in Africa. So people are going to say, I never seen a sunset like this. They're going to say that. I get it, because you don't. I'll explain. But you see the sun in the distance getting smaller. It's going to be very easy to explain. Why does that happen? We don't see it happen this way. And like I said, I'm going to explain this. It's going to be very, very simple to understand. And here's the same thing. Let me play this a little bit at normal speed, and you're going to understand. It's going to be very simple to understand why this is happening and why we don't see it, say, in the United States happening. Okay, I'm going to show that. Let me get back to it. All right, let's play it again. Okay, this is the end clip from Africa. Almost, I think that's one of the pyramids right there. I'm not quite sure. That's just a mountain. Anyways, you see it getting smaller in the distance. Why does that happen? So depending where you're located, depending which part of the flat earth you were on, it's going to appear different. So say, for example, like I showed with the Golden Gate Bridge. Let me get back to that if I can. Let me get back to the Golden Gate Bridge sunset. Probably going to shut off, but I'll just have to replay it. So there it goes. Yeah, when I'm clicking on it, it goes off. Okay. So with the Golden Gate Bridge, for example, obviously it's going towards the northwest here. Let me play it, this clip. So the sunset northwest, and it appears to be sinking because due to perspective. Okay. But the sun never actually sets. I showed that before. Anyways, so the point I'm making here, that is one angle of looking at the sun. It's completely different. Now, again, showing the sunset in Africa. Let me get back to that. Just one last time. We'll look at that. If I get the screen back on, this can be very simple and very clear once I explain. Play it one last time. Why do we see it from this perspective, moving away, getting smaller? And we don't see that, say, for example, in California, Oregon, Washington State, or any, for that matter, any part of the United States. So you see, there you see it go get smaller in the distance. So when you look at the flat Earth map, it's going to be very easy to understand. I can put it back on again. So when you look at a flat Earth map, here's Africa, and here's the equatorial region. So when you're standing here, it's obviously going over all this land. You're going to see it, the sun go across. So if you're filming from here, you're seeing it going over land. Now, as it circles, you're going to see it like I showed with the Golden Gate Bridge. You're going to see it over water, making that northwest turn. It's very, very simple to understand and explain. So the globers saying, oh, this doesn't make sense, you know, on a flat earth, what's going on here? Because they don't understand the full picture. This keeps shutting off. I'm just going to keep, we're almost done with presenting, but this is why it happens. And this, actually, this footage here is from the Middle East. I had them backwards. I had one from Africa, one from the Middle East. And that's why you see it going and obviously getting smaller. So fake Jake easily debunked. And like I showed before, with the Tropic of Cancer, the Tropic of Capricorn, I'll put it back on for anybody joining late. This has been a major issue with the screen share constantly turning off. But obviously the sun, the moon, and this is the region here. This is the equatorial region. Like I said, fake Jake can mock it all he wants. This is where all the tropical plants and trees grow in this region. Fake Jake claims from Australia, the sun sets towards Antarctica. No, it doesn't. So he tries to get some video footage. I guess it was from someone from New Zealand or Australia, whatever. Doesn't really matter. Their line of sight is minimal. So just because they record in a very small area here, they don't know what's happening further along the line. It's like looking at a car that's, in your eye, in your line of sight, it looks like it's going straight, but as it continues, it can turn. This is very common sense. So you're dealing with a complete idiot with fake Jake, and just like all the other fake flat earthers, they're all anti-God, anti-Bible, and you'll hear it right here. All right, let's play this. This is out of fake Jake's own mouth. All right, let's play this clip.
2015, Jesus, Bible, Earth is flat, dome, snow globe, ice wall, sun goes in a circle.
I'm the real guy that infiltrated this movement.
I became a flat earth cult leader because I'm a professional comedian. And now I'm making fun of them because I'm a comedian and I'm going to write a book. And I don't know what shape the earth is. I don't know if it's a globe. I don't know if it's flat. I don't know if it's concave. I'm a professional comedian and I don't know if it's flat or round or concave. I don't know. I have a book coming out in 2022 which explains that I'm the world's funniest comedian. I tricked the flat earth cult into thinking that I was one of them. I became a leader in the flat earth cult. I became the most popular man in the flat earth cult. I left the flat earth cult and now I'm exposing the flat earth cult. I'm going to write a book. In fact, it's almost already written. And I have all my videos to prove everything I say. I'm going to write a book about my experience. And guess what? I'm going to be a millionaire because not only are you guys going to buy it, but Globers are going to buy it too. People who believe in the globe are going to want to read my book. And you know why? They're going to want to know how a fella like me tricked the entire flat earthers and all the cult into believing this. They're going to want to know how a fella like me did what I did. They're going to want to know the story. They're going to want to know how someone could be dumb enough to believe that the earth is flat. Do you know globe people? They can't fathom how someone could be so dumb to believe in the flat earth. And so when I tell them that I'm a professional comedian who pretended to be a flat earther, they're going to think that's hilarious. And they're going to want to know exactly what I did. And I'll have a book to sell them. I was making $300 a day singing for 3 hours a day.
That just tells you right there, the 33 code, as always, like I showed with all these individuals, Will Duffy and them all. One thing I want to mention in conclusion is what fake Jake doesn't know is this. He has so-called people close to him that he believes that are friends that he doesn't know that they tell me stuff, that they talk to me. They might even be mods on his channel that told me that fake Jake that used to go on YouTube and eat raw meat to say how it's safe and how nutritious it is. But one of his so-called friends told me he got very, very, very ill. He got very sick eating that raw meat. You never see fake Jake eating raw meat anymore. Any of you followers of fake Jake realize that? He doesn't eat raw meat anymore? Have you paid attention? That's because he got really, really, really sick. Another so-called friend of his told me that he thinks his followers are a bunch of idiots, that they believe whatever he says they're going to believe, and they're very gullible, naive. And that was a while ago. I knew about this a while ago. But as far as the not eating meat, That's why you see fake Jake in back of his piece of garbage truck roasting weenies, cooking them, because he got really sick. And as far as calling out, fake sports, yeah, I've done that 2 years prior to fake Jake being on YouTube. That's something else he stole from me, like he steals from everybody. Nothing from him is original. He tries to buddy up with people so he can take from them because there's nothing original about him. This is my video from 2014 showing the what I call the thumbs up gate from the Broncos, and obviously the 33 in the orange. And what happens here is with the thumbs up gate, you see the thumbs up, the player goes over the top, and he scores.
Again, there's a thumbs up. In this play here, after this missed tackle by number 33, player there comes in to score. This is the same play, just a little different angle where you can see the player score.
An important point I want to make about football is he believes all games are fixed, all games are rigged. What about all the players? Broken kneecaps, broken backs, Joe Theismann, bones sticking out. Is that fake? So what he doesn't have is what is called discernment. And that is not every single game is fake. Select games. Just like in boxing. Mike Tyson, when he came out, he was really knocking out people. Then there came to a point where like, hey, we're going to pull this guy under our wing. We're going to control him. That's how it works. He doesn't understand these things. He just calls every single game, every single football game, every single play scripted and rigged. It does not work that way. That's just beyond stupid. It's like not every boxing match is fixed. When there's a lot of money on the fight, and there's there's a huge jackpot per se in Vegas, a lot of money's in that pot, and the people behind it see that, they're going to have it sway in one way or another. So, yeah, fake it everything. That's what he does. Copies people. Doesn't care about truth. Just cares about trying to be famous and showing. He brags about showing his face. Like I said, all the news people show their face. They have their name on the screen. I don't understand why he thinks he's so special doing that. But just another faker bites the dust in fake Jake. All right, let's get to the comments here. All right, the first one I see here is my good brother Plain Stevie. Most UFC is fake people KO'd when the punches miss, then when they watch in slow-mo. There's a combination of real and fixed. Like I said, it depends. It's where the big money's at. Like the Conor McGregor fights. Yeah, I've seen a lot of them. They're of course a lot of money's on them. They're gonna fix those, but not the prelim fights, not the middle card. No, it's just the where the money's at. It's all about the money. There's not a lot of money at stake. They're not gonna, do that. It's the illusion too, mixing fake with real, obviously. Yeah, Mike Tyson talked about flat Earth there, George Nada. Yeah, Mike Tyson's obviously one of them. He talked about flat Earth, but that's scripted to go down that way. And make no mistake about it, Mike Tyson's a Freemason. He's one of them. I hate to say it, but even our favorite people in Hollywood, all of them are, doesn't matter who your favorite actor is, your favorite singer is, they're all controlled. They're all controlled. John Connor, not all the fights were fixed. The ones in the early years when he was very young, those were real. But it's like this. If you watch the movie Pulp Fiction with what's his name? Bruce Willis, when he played that character, the boxer, he was really winning fights. And the people behind the scenes that were controlling the matches, the promoters, after they see him doing well, now they see him doing well, now we're going to put a stop to that. We're going to control them. That's how it works. It's like the NBA to believe they could just make a superstar make all the shots. No, they're talented. Guys like Kobe Bryant, Stephen Curry. what they like to do is they see these players with talent. Now we're gonna, bring them into our secret society of Freemasonry. Now we're gonna control when they score points and when they shave points. Now they're under the thumb of those that control things. Someone like, say, Logan Paul or his brother. They see the influence they have. They have millions of followers on YouTube. So they know these people have a huge influence on a lot of people. So they pull them under their wing. And now they control them. At the beginning, they were, this could be debatable if they were controlled from the start, pushed from the start, or they just made a name for themselves and at least said, hey, these people, these two brothers, they have, they made a name for themselves and we can utilize them just like they do with any professional athlete. You're a big name in sports. You have a lot of pull, and like Magic Johnson or Larry Bird, and they're gonna pull them under their wing. But definitely not all sports are fake. Not all UFC fights are fake. Select football games, playoff games, Super Bowls, but regular season games, it depends. If like a big game, like a Monday Night Football or something like that, Thursday night, where there's two big teams, yeah, they're gonna have their key players that are Masons, drop passes. But here's something to remember. Before Fake Jake was born, I watched the 1981 Super Bowl with the Bengals versus 49ers. I saw the Dwight Clark catch. In no way you can stage or manipulate that to happen. That was an amazing catch at Candlestick Park at the end of the end zone. No one is that precise. That game was legit. But I've seen games, of course, not legit. So we cannot just put a blanket over every NFL game, a blanket statement over every single UFC fight or Bellator fight or every single NBA game. There's been obviously point shaving when it comes to the NBA. I covered that back in, I think it was 2016 with the Warriors versus Cavaliers. There's definitely something going on with that. So what I'm getting at is, yes, there are fake sports. I've covered that well before Fake Jake was on YouTube, and but he's not doing it right. He's saying every play is scripted. All the players are in the know. This is how it works. For example, you have two baseball teams facing each other. You have one side that has no idea that the fix is on. So with the other team, the opposing team, you have the pitcher. None of the 8 players in the field will know, but that pitcher is throwing meatballs right down the strike zone. He's getting hammered. And he could just simply say, I'm having a bad game. The other 8 players to have no clue. So everybody, it's this simple. Not everybody needs to know. Just those that need to know, just like NASA. So not every player will know. If every single Major League Baseball player knew the games are all rigged, someone's going to talk. So you want to keep it to a bare minimum to the players that are Masons, the big names. Again, Magic Johnson, LeBron James, Kobe Bryant. These big names, they're the ones doing that. They're going to have it to a minimum. And the teammates don't know. They're just saying, oh, Stephen Curry had a bad game, or LeBron James had a bad game. And that's simple. So all it takes is LeBron from making 8 shots that game to missing 8 shots. And if they're just 2-pointers, that's 16 points. So it's that very simple. But he doesn't understand that. He has no clue because he's not thinking. He's just stealing from other people. That's all he does. That one, there's no doubt. I seen that with Aaron Rodgers. Yeah, that one for sure. I seen him drop down. Yeah, things like that. There's no doubt. He's looking at the sidelines, waiting for the call, then he flops. It was a complete insult, complete joke. All right, let's see this question here regarding Alex Stein. Harry, would you go on primetime Alex Stein? Yeah, no, you went on his Conspiracy Castle, but the new show is a lot bigger. Here's the thing is, I'm going to be very blunt about Alex Stein. This guy showed up, was a big supporter of mine for several years before he made it big. Yeah, he made it very big. He's all over the media. So one thing I'll say about Alex, even though we don't, obviously I don't agree with a lot of things he does, I greatly appreciate him mentioning me to Roseanne Barr, like when he said truth in movies, lies in the news. He gave me credit for that when he mentioned it. He goes, "Oh, Roseanne Barr said, oh, I love that. Where'd you get that?" And he could have lied and said it was from him, but the truth came out. I was like, "Yeah, I got this from this this famous truther, RV." And he goes, "Oh," and she goes, Roseanne Barr goes, "Oh, I love that." So I give him tremendous credit because a lot of people steal, plagiarize. There's many plagiarizers of my work over the years. Things I've covered 8-9 years ago, people are making videos on it now. What really ticks me off is I see a channel on TikTok. It's called Truth in Movies, Lies in the News. Yeah, where they get that from? Listening to me, and they don't give credit. Even ODD TV. This is something I didn't mention. ODD TV made a shirt, Truth in Movies, Lies in the News, of what they live. He didn't ask me if he can use that. He just printed that shirt. And I called him out on it. He removed the shirt. He didn't say anything to me, but he removed the shirt from his store. So I do appreciate that aspect of taking it down. Who's the other guy? Michael, the British guy, also lives in Spain. What was his name? A conspiracy music guru. He made Baby Truther t-shirts. I said this in a live stream a long time ago, and he was listening in. I said, they live is they evil. You flip the live around, it's evil. So they live as they evil when it really comes down to it, with the duality, the mirror reflection. But he made shirts of that. He didn't ask me, but whatever. That's just what happens to me. A lot of people plagiarize. Alex Jones show did the same thing. They use the They Live theme, which I've been doing well before they did. But I don't have, obviously, I don't own the rights to that. So I guess they can do that. They're not going to like that. I really don't care. I really don't care if they don't like that, because Alex Jones, we know what he is. He's just an actor. I mean, you got to be pretty dumb when you see him like fake crying on the podium. It's horrendous, and spit's coming out of his mouth. And yeah, it's pretty embarrassing. And the horrendous job Wimpy Weiss and Eddie Bravo did. And Eddie Bravo is like, says, "Oh, Donald Trump's the greatest." I'm like, really? I mean, he's just lost, But then again, him being buddies with Alex Jones and David Wise, that's all you need to know. That's all you need to know about him. After I used to I was okay with Eddie for a while, but him butting up with the wrong people, I'm like, enough's enough. The thing about Matt Parlin, he lied about being a NASA employee, so that's not a really good thing to do. But I like a lot what Matt Parlin said. I believe he was inserted as an actor into the whole thing, but he's been really spoke well of me at the same time, even though I said I said some things about it. I didn't really go too far or say too much about Parlin, but I just said, hey, that 33 shirt. But I just think he's just a guy inserted into truth, like all these, a lot of these people that are not really truthers. Like I said, here's what it comes down to. I mentioned this to people before. When I first got involved with truth, there was very few people showing themselves on camera. It was a lot of text videos. There's a lot of compilation clips with 9/11, and there wasn't a lot of like someone sitting at a desk with a like a TV or a flat screen behind them with bricks and their logo flashing behind them. It was very basic. People were not advertising themselves or advertising truth, and there wasn't a lot of the money grab going on. It was more truth, and it was very, very, I'll admit it was very plain, very basic, wasn't flashy. There were channels, like I said, that would make a video, say on an event that happened in Denver, and they would show footage and there would be text rolling on the screen, or they would show footage and there would be text, no one speaking. That was the old days of truth. Or like I said, it was just a compilation of videos with they pause the screen, you read the text. There wasn't a lot of people speaking, and that's how it was. I've been around before all these people that you see, Weiss, Jiren. Like I said before, when I was making videos on truth, 9/11, Sandy, all these things, Jiren was stocking shelves at the Walgreens, shampoos and toothpaste and getting ready to Jiren even admitted to me he wanted to be an actor. David Weiss, we all know this. He said he admits himself out of his own mouth that he was in 7-Up commercials, a series of 7-Up commercials. So why would you be in commercials? That's your first step in trying to be an actor. That's the first stepping stone into trying to be an actor or being famous. You do these little big commercials, 7-Up or whatever. Then you try to work. It didn't work. They said, we can't use you as an actor. You don't look like anybody in Hollywood that we want, but we have another role for you. We'll have you play a fake truther. How about that? David Weiss, his response, how much does it pay? X amount. Okay, I'll take it. That's simple. And my very good brother, Frank Censored here, repent and believe on Jesus. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. God bless you, brother. Well, PJC Net, we have to realize all they see is what's on TV, and that's like their focal point. It's like hearing one side of a story. Like, say there's a fight between two people, and you're a cop, you only interview one person. You don't bother to listen to the other person what their story is. So of course you're going to believe that one person. That's all you hear. That's what you get, obviously, with the mainstream media. They don't bother to listen to Russ Wittenberg, a former Air Force pilot, commercial pilot for many years for United, what he has to say about things. Gotta be careful on the topic, but it's like this. These people, the normies are like, we're not even going to bother to look at anything online because, if it's on the internet, it must be true. Well, what do they spend all day on? Facebook. They watch YouTube videos. There's billions of people watching YouTube, but they won't go in that direction because they're told not to. So the debates are kept within a certain limit, what the media allows people to speak about. So topics that are allowed to be debated are politics, these popular divide and conquer type of things, but anything revolving real truth, it'll be left. And if you delve in looking at that, then you are a quote conspiracy theorist. It's very simple. Well, I covered that. I covered that. And if you watch my video on that topic, I showed Donald Trump on a screenshot mention the 33,000 emails twice. And what was the date of that event? September 11th. So remember that. Yeah. So I covered that to be clear. So, but again, the truth trap is this: giving some truth. Why do you think Joel Osteen has so many followers? Now, try to explain to his followers that they're deceived. They're not having it. They're not interested in hearing that. Because now they're for like, how dare you insinuate I'm deceived? And they feel insulted. So they're going to dig their heels in deeper because their ego issue. Obviously. Great to see you there, Justine. DeVoe, great to see you in there. Great supporter of the channel. You got to get some. Yeah, no worries. Just in time as I'm getting back in. I'm done with the screen share, which was brutal because it kept turning off as everybody that's watched the screen share aspect. That's never happened to me before. And to be fair, every time I clicked on an icon or an item, that's when it mostly happened. There were times in the beginning, it just happened by itself. And then as I went along, it was a mixture of happening by itself. And then it happened when I clicked on certain icons. It was kind of weird. Hold on 1 second. It'll only be a second here. As I get a drink of water, because I've been talking for a bit here. Just a little sip of water. Thanks for that, Barry. I greatly appreciate that. Barry Duncan in New Zealand. Great to see you aboard, and great to have you as a longtime follower in the live stream, which I haven't had in quite a while. Like I said, this is not what I do for a living. When I have free time, and to be brutally honest, I don't have much time. I'm very busy with my life. It's just the way things are. Things change in life. A certain aspect, at certain times in the past, I had more time. I don't have that much time anymore like I used to. You know, that's the brutal reality of why I'm not going live as much and not putting out as many new videos as I can. I try my best, but I just don't have the time. Making videos is very time consuming. Getting ready for this live stream is time consuming. Getting all the images and everything together is very time consuming. So. Yeah, it's been a while, definitely. You know, like I said, this is not something I do for a living. You know, when I have some free time, simple as that. You know, I just haven't had it. And good to see you there, Amish Hitman. Good to see you there, brother. I'm not sure how it came across as far as the screen share is concerned, but I'm sure it's brutal. The screen shutting off all the time. Yeah, this is something I've covered in the past already, you know, as far as Julian Assange. Very simple. You know, there's a Illuminati card showing his likeness. And I showed a video of him so-called being arrested, and there's a 3 and 3 behind him as he's being escorted away with the 33. It's just, you know, if CNN's going to mention you by name, you're part of the world stage. That's simple. Well, when you talk about the end times, there'll be so much confusion. Yeah, we have to be fully aware about that. I mean, everything that's happening on the world stage is pointing in that direction. But remember, too, there could be a lot of confusion that's being added in to make people believe these are the end times. These are end times, but it's a false end times. And people say, oh, it's never going to end. But the way I look is like this: always be prepared. If it's now or you know, obviously 20, 15 years, 10 years, 15 years, or 20 years, or never happens, just always be prepared whatever takes place. Yeah, thanks for that, Mungo Man. Yeah, that was, yeah, I just, I remember, I think my first one I did, it was 8 or 9 hours, the very first one. People said they went to sleep and they woke up and they saw me still going live. They couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it either. I didn't plan. I just kept reading off things, and that's the way it turned out. And I might do a condensed version with the screen shares, you know. We'll see how that goes. All right, let's see here. And this is from George Dono. RV, why do you do school teaching the people how to put a video together? Why do I do it, or why don't I think you mean. Yeah, I don't know, man. I just do my own thing. And, you know, listen, when it comes to truth, there's no shortcuts. Like I said before, it's like a language. If someone's fluent in Italian, you're going to know it if you're Italian. Just like a truther. If someone's not really a truther, it's easy to see. That's the best analogy I have. I can see through the fakers, you know. Like Fake Jake taking my entire live stream on Rob Skiba, you know, and playing on his channel. I said nothing to him until I see him plagiarizing, taking my work. That's being lazy. Basically saying, I cannot do better than RV. There's no way I can do better than him. So I'm just going to take his whole live stream and play it for my audience. I said, what are you doing? Why are you taking, someone told me, they said, hey, you know, Jake is taking your stream and playing it for his audience. Like, what? Yeah, I said, no, I don't He's not in good terms. I never talked to the guy. I don't want to talk to him. He cried before. Fake Jake cried before. He goes, oh, Arvin, he never invited me on a live stream. I don't want nothing to do with you, Fake Jake. I knew you were a fraud and untrustworthy and just a failed actor, failed musician. There's no need for you to be on my channel. You have nothing to offer. Zero. You know, just that's why he's butting up with Q and Fee. Just to take from him. Then once he's done with Q and Fee, he's just gonna toss him to the side, you know, and then he's gonna be buddy with someone else to take, you know. So I have no interest in talking to him at all, you know, at all. Yeah, that's what he did. You know, he played my video, my whole live stream about Rob Skiba. And I confronted him. I'm like, why don't you do your own work? Why are you taking my work? And he's there with his boyfriend. I forgot his name. I don't even know. Pizza T, Thomas. And they're both like, you know, show my video. I'm like, who does that? The only time you take someone's videos if you have a, you know, as fair use to, if you disagree with someone. That's just lazy. And his reason goes, oh, you put everything in order and it made it easy for me. I'm like, wow, just do your own work and keep away from my channel, you parasite. What a parasite in truth. That's all he is. Don't worry about Skeebs. Skeebs is alive and well somewhere. Probably in Tahiti, sipping a margarita. Don't worry about Skeebs. Tony T in Australia, I greatly appreciate that, brother. You've been around for a long time, and I greatly appreciate your support. Because, hey, RV, it's good to hear your voice. It's great to hear some real truth again for a change. Cheers. Yeah, you know, that's what they've done. And I said this before all these fakers showed up on the scene. Before there was Fake Jake, Jiren, David Weiss, ODD TV, all these actors, musicians that failed. Now they have a gig doing so-called truth. Yeah, I saw right through them when they all showed up. You know, it was very obvious to me. And so I said this before. People have figured out the mainstream media is controlled. They haven't figured out the alternative media is controlled as well. They're going to have their puppets in play. And the ones that get the spotlight are the ones that you know are the controlled op. The ones that you see by name being interviewed on CNN, like David Weiss, Jiren being, you know, covered on a Newsweek and the failed experiment. You know, Bob, Glowbusters Bob, in the failed experiment. Oh yeah, the gyroscope. Never once showed the experiment to anybody. There's not even a photo of Bob holding the gyroscope in his hand. All they have is Bob saying, "Oh yeah, this is bad news for flat Earth. I hope this doesn't get out." Yeah, what a scam. Don't like them, you know. I can accept someone having the position as a globe. I know where they stand, but I don't like fake truthers. That's a real bad look, a fake truther. You know, that's the worst possible look you can have. You know, not a good look being a fake truther. But these people don't care. They have no souls. They don't have no shame. They're all about being famous and making a buck. That's all they care about. Yeah, I hate to even bring up Fake Jake, but that guy is just the lowest on the totem pole as far as truthers. And he's very delusional. He actually thinks he's funny, and it's like some kind of great music. If you're so funny and if you're the world's greatest comedian, what are you doing on YouTube? Why aren't you on HBO or Showtime if you're so great? You know. And then he makes these music videos about Joe Biden. F Joe Biden. Okay. So you're playing the left-right dichotomy, the left-right debate. Has anybody noticed this? He didn't make a video calling out both Trump and Joe Biden in one video. He's taking one side because he knows that's going to sell to the right-wingers. He knows that. So he's not going to call out Trump. He's going to call out, I'm I'm going to pick on Biden, you know, because it's going to obviously pull in a good amount of people, the normies. A real truth is going to make both sides are controlled and fake. He was not going to do that, of course. Yeah, actually, that was a question asked earlier, man versus road, about Parolin. Like I'll say it again. When Matt Parolin showed up, I made a video about him. You know, and a lot of signs and symbols he was presenting, Masonic symbols. The 33, it was a 33 on an orange shirt. So your dual 33. He claimed to be obviously a NASA, work for NASA. He never did. So to me, he was controlled off, but he's been, quote, saying nice things about me on past streams. So I'm not going to give Matt Parolin too much hard of a time. He's like, there's like this. This might be strange to say, but there's the shills that I can't stand. There's the shills that I can't stand, but I can tolerate. You know, and kind of Parolin falls in that kind of thing where I don't hate the guy. You know, he's never, you know, he's been kind of, quote, nicer to me, and mentioned me in streams in a positive way. So I kind of give him a break, you know. Yeah, there we go. Jiren, interesting. Yeah, in front of, you know, of course, you know, that hit piece. I said it. I'll keep saying it. I'll keep saying it over and over. Why doesn't Jiren answer this on his stream? Jiren, why didn't you do that experiment prior, before it's being filmed? Why didn't you and Enriquez just do that experiment before? The first time you do it, it's filmed? Who does that? A shill does that and act surprised. Interesting. If you had a brain in your head, obviously, you know, it's meant to happen that way, of course. It's meant to happen that way. It's meant to happen where it's a failed experiment. And then he runs back to his fault. Oh, they edit. No, that's the way it was meant to happen. That's the way it was produced. Boss Flow Radio, I appreciate that support, Boss Flow. As far as those two individuals, they're all on the payroll. How I See the World came out of nowhere with Orlando. I didn't, you know, the guy wore like an eye patch covering his right eye, came out of nowhere as a truther. PK's heavily promoting him. PK being an actor, you know, the double E 33. Promote him as, oh, the best truther, How I See the World. He had an eye patch on a globe. And like I said, he wore an eye patch himself. Yeah, it's just, I mean, I talked to him, but yeah, just something way off, obviously. Then he just disappears, you know. But the thing is, people get trapped in they do some decent work here and there, you know, and that's what captures people. But you got to look deeper and further than just, oh, exposing this event, exposing that event. You got to look and think deeper, you know, because they're obvious. You know, like PK thinks he's a hero for covering Boston. It was obvious to anybody that has eyes to see, you know, and nothing spectacular. You know, he made a lot of videos on it, but again, you got to be well-rounded as a truther. You know, he believes John Lennon's a hero. Give me a break. Tavistock Productions a hero. Okay. Wow. Yeah, like, you know, and I appreciate that greatly, Boss Flow Radio. One thing I'll say is about, like, you mentioned Stein is the new Alex. Yeah, the thing about Stein, like I said, I do appreciate him. Give me some shout outs here and there. I didn't even ask for it. I thanked Alex Stein for doing that because we were not in the best terms. We probably never will be, obviously. I don't like a lot of the antics he does, obviously. But you know, he's doing his thing, whatever. But I'm staying away from Stein, you know, because I do appreciate some of the things. Like I said, he didn't have to do that. You know, he said some things about me, like to Roseanne Barr. Hey, you know, truth to movies, lies news. Yeah, I got that from RV. He didn't have to say that. So with everybody plagiarizing and stealing, he's the one guy that's he's one of the very few that actually credit me. So that goes a long way with me. Him being a shill, whatever. Call him what you want, whatever. I appreciate that, whatever. You know, that's, I'll leave it as far as that's concerned when it comes to Alex Stein. I don't like all the a lot of the stuff he does, though. Just, you know, as far as the whole Howard Stern type of mentality, shock jock type of, you know, type of thing, you know, but people love that. A lot of people, obviously, a lot of normies love that stuff. They love entertainment. That's what I said many times. People rather be entertained than educated. And I'm not talking about the school education. I'm talking about real world education. Yeah, listen, David Koresh, 33, Muhammad Atta, 33, what's his name at Oklahoma? He was 33. You know, it's a 33 world, you know, 33 lies. Yeah, I don't even want to, Little Red Robert Hood. I don't even want to mention that guy. He's not even worth. Well, Flat Earth Quebec, you need to understand, just because someone, quote, does good work in one area, doesn't mean they're well-rounded in truth. Whitson has come out and said not everything is fake. Jiren said the same thing, and it doesn't work that simple. If it's presented on the 24/7 cycle, it's a production. And so Whitsitt was calling a lot of fake things real. Same with Jiren, calling a lot of fake things real. So they're on the same page. So what you need to understand, Flat Earth Quebec, is this. Just because someone presents some good information in one area, you got to look at the whole thing. Just like, here's a good example for you. You know, a lot of people that like Kevin, well, not Kevin, Ken Hovind. He does fantastic work on debunking evolution, but then he completely dismisses flat Earth. So that's not well-rounded to me. You need to understand that. You want, when you look for a truther, you want to make sure you're on the same page with most everything and in very important topics. So that's what you need to understand. That Whitsitt called me out in a video. He called me super truther. I have all the truth, blah, blah, blah. I said, no, you're calling a lot of, him and Jiren call a lot of fake events real. That's simple. So that's why I have a problem. You know, I didn't even mention him before. And that's what you understand. I didn't mention him until he brought me up. You know, and that's, you don't have all the information. And 1 second here. Let's see here. And see, if you want to fake Jake's subs or support him, you don't belong here. So people like fake Jake mods or fake Jake supporters. You're on the wrong platform. Well, Rose Bell, I guess you like to be entertained more than being educated on what's really happening. A guy that claimed that he's not a flat earther, he just played flat earthers, ha ha ha. You know, he gets off on playing both sides. He gets off of playing his own audience, you know, playing other so-called truthers. Yeah, he just likes attention. That's why he goes by that. He has to live by his name. That's the name he goes by. He has to live by that name, Jake the A-hole. So he's playing that role. He's an actor. He's admitted, look, I'm just an actor. Just for entertainment purposes. You ever watch him on one of his interviews on the streets where he's just like this really like awkward kind of guy, very like stale, no type of personality. That's the real Jake. What you see on YouTube is just performance. So that's not him. You're seeing an act. That's simple. All right, let's see here. Yeah, I mean, anybody that watch, thanks for the comment there, Joy Clemens. I watch Fake Jake once. Yeah, I mean, people that find him entertaining, they're like they were normies just recently. They just jumped aboard YouTube, and the guy's a parasite to truth. He's just leeching off other people. Nothing he said is original. Nothing he said. I showed that with Antonio Subarats. The Tweaker Shelter T-shirt that he uses, Jake claims that's inspired by Math Powerland. No, that was created by Math Powerland. So, Jake using my videos, Jake taking from Q and Feed, Jake taking from this person. Nothing's original. You're just watching someone that repackages other people's work. So this is what I tell people. Either you're a researcher or you just sit back and watch others and then make videos on the information they present. And you might put a little spin on it. Or let me make it controversial. I hear this topic being put out. How can I put a controversial spin on it? Because it'll get views. He's not interested in truth. He's interested in views, super chats. And what's really embarrassing, super embarrassing, and I want you to hear this, Rose, is Fake Jake eating that raw meat, him getting real sick and getting food poisoning. One of his, quote, good friends told me that he got really, really, really sick. Have you noticed he doesn't eat raw meat anymore, Rose? You realize that? There's a reason he got really sick. You won't see him eating raw meat again. If he does, he'll just do it and eat a tiny bit or something just to prove his case that he's not afraid of it. But he got really sick. That's why he roasted his weenie in the back of his garbage truck. He was roasting hot dogs, not eating raw meat. So just so you know. And like I said before, if you didn't hear, someone that was close to Jake told me, goes, yeah, Jake has no respect for his followers. He thinks they're a bunch of idiots. And he's just playing them. He thinks his followers are a bunch of idiots. He said, this is the person that knows Jake told me this. He goes, he knows he can say things and his followers will believe him, so he has no respect for them. Jake knows he can make up anything. His followers will just believe him. And that's where he's at. And that's what happened. Fake Jake told one of his followers, oh yeah, they replaced RV. It's not him anymore. They have someone new. And one of his followers goes, oh really? I didn't know that. Didn't ask for evidence. They just said, I didn't know that. Thanks for telling me. I'm like, wow, you need to stay there. And these gullible people are just unbelievable. Yeah, 33, you're very welcome, man. I appreciate the shout outs you've given me. And to tell you the truth, I loved how you clowned McToon and Fight the Flat Earth, but really it's not a thing to do because one and done, because we don't want to starve them out. Don't give them an audience. All real flat earthers should stay away from their debates because you're feeding them. We want them to go away, and that's what it comes down to. Is I know it's fun in games. Even myself a long time ago I used to be part of that, but it's a really waste of time. You're dealing with people like, I don't know if you heard me earlier. I mentioned where McToon told me before going live when he first showed up. This guy showed up out of nowhere and he's calling me out. And so I said, okay, who's this guy calling me out about flat earth? So, I annihilated him, as you know. And see, maybe you don't know this, but before going live, he told me, he goes, hey, did you hear the news? I'm like, what news? He goes, yeah, there's a NASA employee that said the earth is flat. Just can't. He's a longtime employee, 20 years plus working at NASA. I said, stop it. You're pulling my leg. He goes, no. I have the video too. I'll play it after the stream. So it was McGoon in the back of his car, his truck, pertaining, obviously it was him. You could see him pretending to be a NASA scientist. And it was, the guy has no credibility. He's lower than a worm in the ground, and he thinks he's funny, whatever. But yeah. Yeah, I covered that George Nada in my Simpson video. I covered that long time ago. Yes. Yeah, I wonder what. See, the thing is this. Like I said, if you're joining in late, like I said, the 9/11 debate from 2000 when YouTube first started with Loose Change from 2005, 2015. That was 10 years, and then you from 2015 to I believe 2025 with the 10-year of the fake flat earthers, and they're gonna sabotage it and write a book and backdoor deals. Who knows? I don't have a crystal ball exactly what's going to take place, but it all stinks what's happening now. It's all been laid out earlier. You got to watch the stream. What I put earlier. Yeah, as you know, Flat Earth Warriors, I was the first to make a video on the O.J. Simpson hoax. I was the first one to do that. And I remember after I did it, was it 2012 or 13, whatever. Between 2012 and 2014, maybe probably 2013. And one thing is, I give Jungle Surfer some credit because he liked my video, and we're not in the best terms, of course, but he did say, "Hey, RV did a really good job on that." But yeah, I covered the O.J. Simpson, and it goes beyond that. The CIA on a license plate. I covered where he was sued by the Goldman family for $33 million in the civil trial. Then 13 years the day he goes to prison for selling his own merchandise or stealing back his own merchandise. Sentenced for 33 years. He didn't spend the full 33 years. And I pointed out his jail cell, supposedly jail cell number 32, all this stuff. It's just a big numbers game, And of course, I pointed out he played a NASA astronaut on that one movie, a Capricorn 1. There's much more to it. I can't even go here, but I'll play my old videos. I made about 4 or 5 on O.J. Simpson. And nobody covered it before. I was the first one to cover it. And there's a few that, copied my work on that. A couple of guys did a live stream. They didn't credit me, but, Fake Jake, of course, says it's a hoax, but, of course he copied me. He never put out any information on that at all. Yeah, 33, I remember that. Yeah. You sent that to me. I have that saved somewhere with the 33 people, falling out of the building. Yeah, I remember that. I still have that clip you sent me. Yeah, that was the first. You were the first one to send it to me. That's right. Yeah, that'll probably have to be on Rumble, though. Listen, guys, everybody listening now have to understand a lot of the videos in the future can be on Rumble. They're not going to be on here. It's really hard to put anything besides Flat Earth content here. So I'm going to be uploading a lot of my older content in Rumble. So definitely subscribe to Russian Vids on Rumble. That's where I'm at. There's some videos there already. There'll be more and more as time moves forward. Yeah, Ronnie, I can't highlight that on the screen, but yeah, actually, I put 33. I shouldn't have put that on the. I should have put it on the screen, but yeah, Ronnie. Yeah, I can't put it on the screen, but yeah, I covered them all, and more. Oh, that's a good question there. Yeah, I covered that guy Justin from We Are Change Orlando. The guy who questioned it. Yeah, he's another plant. Unfortunately, I like a lot what he says, but he's buddy with Witz and all the rest of them. Like I said, people are not going to understand this. They're going to say a lot of stuff to pull. So just like a politician, just like Trump's going to tell a conservative what they want to hear. Biden or whoever's playing Biden's going to tell the liberals, the Democrats, what they want to hear. It's that very simple. So just because someone is speaking, but you got to look at, like I said, you got to look at everything, not just, you got to listen to very close details. How's it going there, brother? In Australia there, you see, that's Flat Earth Warriors. Oh, it skipped. That's okay. I got you there too, Flat Earth Warriors, but I got my good brother there, the chef, and Australia, Jack. Good day, bro. Yeah, good to see you in there. Longtime supporter, great dude in the channel. Yeah, I covered the Capricorn 1 video a long time ago with the OJ. I covered that a long time ago. But like I said, when I first started covering the 33, not only did Wimpy Weiss and Jiren and all mock it, that told me everything I needed to know. And the mockery I got from covering the 33, like I said many times, oh, you do great work, but don't mention the 33. It's meaningless. I used to hear that all the time from David Weiss. That tells you that, that's gatekeeping. Thanks again for that, 33. I appreciate that. By the way, 33 numerology is 66. Or is it 66 being 33? I got to look that up. It's been a while since let me see here. Hold on 1 second. Let me take a quick peek here. I think it's 33 in numerology is 66. I had it down before, but let me see here. That's what I believe it is. Hold on. Yeah, I think 33 is 66. But what people are missing about 33 is in the 33, in the 3, there's the double E as well. So you can't forget about that. Let me see. Oop. Hold on. I'm just checking something here real quick. Yeah, I believe it's 66. Yeah, 33 is 66. That's what it was in Pythagorean. All right, let me scroll around here. Hold on here. Yeah, Ryan, they're always going to put their numbers in there. They're always going to say, like I said, with Will Duffy and the 33, and, they have to do that. Yep. That's right, Joe. And also Campanella means, I believe was it a little bell? Campanella, I believe it's little bell. Someone can look that up, but we all know what the bell is. I've covered that. Baal or bell is Lord, like little Lord. That's basically what it comes down to. Thanks, Big Al. I appreciate that, brother, very much. Another supporter of the channel for a long time. It's going to be, blunt. Myself, I never did public speaking. Never liked it growing up, but I forced myself to do this. I've never been comfortable public speaking ever. And I was very one to like, for example, in class, it's my turn to stand up and read or whatever. I just pass. But when it's something I have passion for, I'll put myself in the uncomfortable situation. I got used to it, though. Not such a big deal to do it, But the thing is this, I really want to mention here. One thing I was gonna mention. I want to grab something. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Just hold tight, everyone. I want to see if I can find something I want to highlight. It's a really important quote. Just hold tight, everyone. This is a really important quote when it comes to flat Earth. Just hold tight. I'm going to try to find this. If I have it. Where is it at? If I can find it without too much effort. Okay, there's one thing I've seen. Let me see if I can find. If I can't find, I'm not going to spend too much time. But I found this old quote from a flat earther from many years ago. If I can dig it out real quick, I might not be able to find it. I'm going to probably have some bad luck finding it, locating it. Hold on, everyone. I'm going to see if I can get that now. No, I can't. It's not here. I have to present it. I'll probably present it next time. I'm live with Bart Sabrell this Thursday at 8 o'clock. I'll have Bart Sabrell join me for an hour. As many know, we don't agree on cosmology, and we know how it all. I mentioned earlier how it all happened, how we became in contact. It's me making videos on him. Interestingly enough, then he reached out to, hey, let's do a stream. Yeah, Awakened Souls. Yeah, they're just, a couple infiltrators as well. They're just here to muddy the waters and just make ridiculous Pac-Man. How the sun, the moon, do the Pac-Man thing. The Pac-Man game where obviously Pac-Man goes to the side door and he enters to the right side from the left. It's just mudding waters. That's simple. There's a lot of Canadian agents out there. Yeah, I mean, the Flat Earth Wars. I tell people this all the time. Jesus, is really Joshua, but Jesus is fine too. But it's really the true translation is Joshua. And there's something interesting about the Joshua tree, because there's mention of Jesus and the being hung from a tree as well. So, if people that know about U2, of course, the band from Ireland, they have an album called The Joshua Tree. And I believe that's mockery of Jesus Christ. Just look it up. Just Google U2 Joshua Tree. There's always a backstory, a back meaning with the occult. They don't just say, oh, let's just call this album Joshua Tree. No, there's something behind that. Yes, Justice, great to see you in here. As far as Vincent Rhodes, I know Vincent and Rhodes is Dual 33, but he's the pastor, I believe, from, was it Missouri? I believe he's in Missouri. Or was it Kansas? I forgot. But whatever the case is, he was kind enough to give me credit for him getting involved with Flat Earth. He used to think, he used to watch all my other work. Then in 2015, I started making videos on Flat Earth. He was like, what's this guy talking about, Flat Earth? What he said he ignored me at first. Then when he heard me say, the reason they're hiding the Flat Earth truth is part of hiding God. Because like I said earlier, people can make the claim a ball or flat. It could just be made by some explosion. But when you put the dome in play, that's obviously created. A dome, glass ceiling just doesn't happen. It doesn't just happen. So that's the key. Not the Flat Earth itself per se. People can have a debate, but through evolution, you don't have a dome over a world unless that's created. And that's why a lot of people, the fake Flat Earthers, they don't like talking about the dome, but they'll talk about other lands. They'll say, oh, they're hiding other lands, but the real answers are hiding God. So that's their thing. They want to harp on other lands, resources, blah, blah, blah. Why is David Weiss so concerned about resources? It's resources for them. What is it? Coal? You worried about coal? Or what resource are you referring to? Other resources. You're not going to use it anyways. They're going to control it if you know it's there or not. So I don't know why he keeps harping on that. Like he's going to get part of it. It makes no sense. Yeah, out of the simulation. Great to see you in here, brother. Yeah, I greatly appreciate. I appreciate that out of the simulation. Matt, Quantum of Conscious still talks about you. I have a lot of respect. I appreciate Matt. We didn't always see eye to eye. He didn't understand me at first. He told me he didn't understand a lot what I was saying in the beginning. It's new information. It's like I said it before. Someone that has, and I hate to use this, say Japanese food for the first time. They never had it, and if you're American, it's going to be weird, but then you get accustomed to it. So he admitted that basically he didn't understand a lot what I was saying in the beginning, like when I was mentioning truth in movies, lies in news. He says he didn't understand what I meant by that in the beginning. Then he got it, But one thing I want to mention, I'm glad you're here. And I'm going to say something. I want you to hear me out because I appreciate your work. but I'm also going to be very honest in my feelings about the whole audit thing. I appreciate what you do and the way you do it, but I have a problem with certain auditors, and I mentioned this before, not you, but this is my feeling. If you're going to audit businesses, I have a problem with people doing that to private businesses. Say, for example, there's a mom and pop store that just are trying to survive. They have say, for example, a hair salon. Auditors need to leave them alone. They have nothing to do with the corruption of this world. They're just trying to make a buck. So when you have that that little short guy with his son going around harassing these businesses, filming, there's no reason to do that. Go to the police stations, go to the schools, go to the libraries, go to City Hall like you do, go to all these government establishments. Leave the private people alone. And I'll tell you why. People mix up legal with what's ethically right. Say, for example, you have someone park in front of your house, and they have plenty of park in front of their house, but they're going to park in front of your house. Is it legal? Yes. Yes. Is it being a good neighbor? Is it being a good neighbor? No. There's unwritten rules. You don't bleed over into other people's parking areas when you have your own. If you have visitors, tell them to park in front of your house. The exception is you have a party, cars can bleed over. That's acceptable. But what I'm getting at is, the point I'm making is, just because it's legal doesn't make it okay. Just like you don't want someone or any auditor have someone stand in front of your house and video your house when you get home from auditing. Someone just pulling up a lawn chair and park there for and with a picnic basket and there for months at a time, just filming your house. No one's gonna like that. It's legal. So that's one thing I would tell the auditors: do it the right way. Go after the post office, these government. It's the right. I have no problem with that. I support that, but stay away from filming, standing in front of some private business. There's no need to antagonize people. That's just for views, just for clicks. I'm totally against it, and it doesn't make it right for the people to come out and get combative either. But I understand their frustration. Nobody would want, think of yourself just running. Think of it this way: your mom or dad running a pizza shop, and then there's some guy in front of you walk by, you see some people filming inside your, and your mom and dad are upset, and you just go, oh, you're going to tell them, oh, don't worry, it's okay. No, it's just like I said, just because it's legal doesn't make it okay and respectful. Just like staring at someone's rude. Is it illegal? No, but it's rude. So that's one thing I want to be very clear about when it comes to the auditors. But I do support you, of course. So I don't want anybody take me the wrong way when it comes to it. Has to be done the right way. All right, let's take a look at the other comments we got here. Yeah, Joe Shields, I agree. We don't have a crystal ball. I always tell this to people because there can always be a swerve. It only makes sense to put in Trump. They want the most divisive person to be in that position. So they put in, quote, Joe Biden, the multiple Joe Bidens, because he's like, I mean, if you're a conservative, I shouldn't say conservative because there's conservatives that are not into politics. If you're a Republican and you look at Joe Biden, he makes your blood boil. This guy is so incompetent, blah, blah, blah. But he's just an actor, of course, or the actor's playing the role. So they want someone who's more divisive than Trump with the Republican Party. It makes sense to put him back in. Who's going to stir the pot more? It only makes perfect sense to put Trump back in that spot. That makes the most sense. I don't see anybody else being put in there. No, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. Yeah, Jeff, as I covered this before, there's several. You know, these people are on a high level, so there could be Joe Biden could have been passed or he's still alive. Whatever the case is, they have multiple. It's easier for travel. For example, Joe Biden is a high level Mason. He's older. If he's alive, even we'll have multiple Bidens, and one will make a flight to Texas, and while the real Biden is, vacationing or at home, and I showed the masks. I showed the evidence where they're using masks with Biden with certain appearances. I came to this conclusion years ago. They're not, like I said, they're not clones, they're just doubles. Where I watched a Madonna video years ago where she admitted making appearances, people making appearances, they're not always her. She said something along the lines of, I have multiple doubles, or triple, she even said, for security reasons, to protect myself. And, so, for example, this is a scenario, Madonna having a concert, and then you just have a look-alike lip sync. It's not even her singing. Someone that looks very much like her. Well, the real Madonna is like, I don't want to fly to Philadelphia, and they go to Miami, they go to San Francisco. They just, that's a scenario. I'm not saying they do it all the time, but that's something that's possible with certain, individuals. Like, for example, something like Guns N' Roses, it's to get someone to look like Axl Rose, or I don't think they have. Something like Slash would be easy, but like someone like Axl Rose, no. But you never know. You never know. Yeah, exactly. There's, you said there's always been doubles throughout history. It's no different. Now, except if it's only on a video, they don't even need to physically need a physical person anywhere. Yeah, that's absolutely correct. It's just very convenient, and they're not going to put their high level puppets in a stressful situation when they can just put in a double. Or let's see what else we got here. Yeah, I seen that. That's why I mentioned. That's funny, Captain Crunch. Good to see you in there. That's why I mentioned him. But I remember there people are calling him out saying he's not the real one. I remember that from years ago. All right, let's see here. Joe Nugget, I'm going to tell you this. This is how it works when it comes to this topic. And this is the absolute truth, how it happened, how it was laid out. There's this guy, a Puerto Rican guy living in New York. I'm not going to say his name, but he went by the name Caliber Hitter. And way, way, way back, 2008, 2009, 2010, there used to be a side box on YouTube, and him and I used to communicate a lot. He'd watch my videos, I watch his. The truth community was puny then. It was very small. He was the first to state that, and he was telling me all about it. We go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and I gave him credit so many times over the years for that. So what I'm getting at is I've been covering this a lot since he left. I forgot what year he left, but I've been covering the whole Bill Hicks, Alex Jones thing. But he's the first one to introduce it, and he really did very few talking videos. It was mainly like he was like a DJ, so he put like music in there. But he did do talking videos as well. but all you need to look up is Caliber Hitter. He also was the first to say, I'm not saying I agree with this, it's a possibility, but he also told me that Mark Dice, and I really don't agree. He says River Phoenix is Mark Dice. That one I always looked at as a stretch. That one I didn't really believe that. But as far as Alex Jones and Bill Hicks, yeah. And him and I would put out videos, but he's the one that planted the seed. And I'm giving him full credit for that on that situation. I said that many times over the years in streams and in videos many years ago. Yeah, so that's the truth of that. So you're hearing it from the source of someone that made myself making many videos on Bill Hicks and Alex Jones connection. It was Caliber Hitter. That was the first. That's his original work. He's the one. But I started finding my own stuff and have my own conclusions too on the whole situation. So he found a lot of stuff. I found my own stuff as well. And that's how it worked. But he, like I said, he didn't do a lot of talking videos. And that was like his main thing. So his channels he didn't really have huge channels, but he did get views on the videos he didn't make. But then he disappeared, you know. So that's the reality of it. So anybody that says that talks about it, that doesn't know about Caliber Hitter, they're late to the game. You know, but that's exactly how it went down. All right, let me yeah, I don't want to say his name. He might not want it out there, but he went by Caliber Hitter. That's what he went by. You can look at. I don't know if he's still out there, as far as if you look up his name or Google his name. But he was a Puerto Rican guy living in New York, and he was, I believe he was a DJ. Yeah, Big Al, I can't highlight that, but I can answer that. Yeah, that's all. That's world stage, all 100% world stage, brother, 100%. I'm sorry I can't share that on the screen, but yeah, that topic is really hard to put out there. But yeah, maybe for Rumble, you know, we can go there and Rumble. Yeah, Bob Homestead on the whole mannequin video. Yeah, I did a video on why I love the mannequin. Mannequin is 33 numerology. So on that one date, September 11th, with Hillary Clinton, when she supposedly collapsed, that was, well, Clinton's 33, mannequin's 33. This is your dual 33s. But no one believed me at the time when I said Hillary Clinton's collapsed on September 11th. That was like a play on that day. And yeah, it was a mannequin. You never saw her face. All you saw was the back. And you actually heard like a screw or something drop, some metal piece drop. And that was, you know, the psychopaths behind all that playing mind games with the people. That was 100%. 100% garbage. Let me see what we got here. All right. But yeah, that was funny. That was a funny one. Also, of course, in the UK as well, I covered that. Thanks, brother. Yeah, I appreciate that. I appreciate you understand that, brother. It's just, you know, I don't want to run into issues. Yeah, Todd Francis, you know, it's a long story about the black child. You know, he knew about me. I knew about him, of course. For those that don't know, he rarely did speaking videos. He was the guy doing a lot of videos, was showing video and then text over the video. He wouldn't even narrate, but he did some videos speaking though, you know. But we had some issues But one thing I do appreciate, now I got to be careful how I frame this. There was a situation with 2 New York City cops. He said that event was real, and I made a video about him in that topic. And after he saw my video, he retracted what he said, and he goes, "Yeah, that guy Russian vids, yeah, he's got it right, and I'm gonna have to take that video down after seeing what I showed." But then we had issues because he said what happened in Orlando was real. Then he was pushing Trump, and then we were no longer on good terms after that, and then he disappeared. That's what happened. He said Orlando was real, and we had a big falling out over that, and that's what happened. Well, I'm going to put it this way. I said it before. That's what they call it, theater. But the thing is what people understand is this: they're mixing truth with lies, like what happened with the CNN news crew in Saudi Arabia. That was obviously not in the up and up, but unfortunately, things happen. But if the scenes and what they show on TV, they're made for TV productions, absolutely. But it's like this. This is the best way I could frame it, Big L. Like I've covered with the whole Rodney King thing, that was made to happen on the world stage. That wasn't even Rodney King on the ground. But people react to it like it's real. So things did happen. Obviously, buildings being burned down, people getting beat up. So through fakery, real things can transpire. But as far as what's presented on TV, for example, Iraq, with that one Jessica Lynch, the name Lynch, they even admitted that was fabricated. That was, so they're, again, mixing truth with lies, yeah. Yeah, Trash, but I can't highlight that, but, I'll just say this, no planes. That was just that simple. You don't need to use them. Just like the Pentagon, you don't need to use it. They're doing construction at the end of the Pentagon. You don't need to fly in a plane. You just blow up one end. That's it. With something that's already there. Yeah, Jeff, as I the last time I talked to Wimpy Weiss, I remember mocking him about, there's a three-headed monster on the other side of the ice wall. So to make things interesting, they just fabricate things. They don't care. They'll just make up stuff. He said during his presentations, other land beyond the ice wall proves a flat earth. I said, no one's ever seen what's supposedly the other side of the ice wall. So how does that prove the flat earth? It makes absolutely no sense. So I said it. He's selling fantasy. Fantasy sells. People love, that's why people like science fiction. People like fiction books. You can go anywhere, any direction, just make up stuff. The truth is usually not as, quote, interesting. That's why there's a lot of storytellers. Like something happens to someone, they always exaggerate to make it more interesting. That's in the same realm. Yeah, that's right, RJ. Mine is that's just the tracker. Yeah, Erica, someone mentioned that. I'm glad you brought it up again. But yeah, someone mentioned that 33 terabytes of sensitive data allegedly compromised. Yeah, that's that's not going to stop with the coding of the 33. They don't care if people are, they know, there's going to be a certain percentage like us that know about these things. And the rest of society says, it's just a coincidence. Yeah, listen, all this stuff I've covered, listen, George, now, people didn't understand this. I was the first to make a video on the whole Rodney King thing, many, many years ago. You know, so these are things I've said, I've covered with the names and all that. So this is stuff that I broke years and years and years ago. Yeah, I've covered that. I've covered that. And even I remember going on live stream with Australians and they thought, you know, I don't want to, I can't go in that direction right here, but I cover the whole Martin Bryant. He, you know, when he was a child actor in the one commercial anti-fireworks and all that stuff. And yeah, he's been on TV prior to that, you know, for, you know, acting gigs. So yeah, same thing. Yeah, no worries, Trash, but no worries. Yeah, Fort Knox in room 33. Yeah, that's, they always got to put their number in there. Yep. God bless for that. I appreciate that. Dub, man, yeah, thank you so much for that. Yeah, back in 2015, I remember exactly my how I went about it because I knew it was going to create a lot of problems with people that followed me back in 2015. So what I did was I slowly got into it. I remember my first video, I put out the Illuminati card game, and I showed that one card where it shows like a square flat Earth with a boat falling over the side, of course, mocking the real flat Earth. And it said on the card, the text said, people laugh, but flat earthers know something, you know? So yeah, I remember that. And then a lot of people like, what are you talking about? This, and this. And some people left. I'm like, I knew that would happen. Then a lot of people came back, you know? So, but the main thing is with anything with truth, always listen first and people should not spaz out, because once you take a stance, now like, okay, now you made a decision. Now, if you go public and tell everybody no, now it's gonna be hard for you to say, oh yeah, that's right, because now you think, oh, people are not gonna believe me now because I have bad discernment. I was wrong on this. You know, that's why it's sometimes put it in your back pocket and look through everything first. That's the best thing to do. So with me, when it came to flat earth, it was very easy. Like I said, people know this that follow me over the years. I knew when I was very young, Earth is not spinning. I knew driving when I was older that where's the curve, you know, but I wasn't like, I knew this subconsciously that something's not right. But with all the lies I've covered, when that in 2015, I'm like, yeah, this is an easy one because they're lying about everything else. Why would they be telling the truth about this one, you know? But one thing to remember is the duality aspect. I'll cover that more. But really important aspect is a light. So, for example, every time you see a light, like a light in your room, it's not bigger than the room, you know. So science says everything's opposite, you know. The sun's very far and very large when it's close and very small. But I'm going to show a quote in the future from in history when it comes to flat Earth, and I don't have I forgot the guy's full name, but he said something interesting. He goes, if the creator made this world, he said, the sun being 92 million miles away is silly. Why would the creator put a sun so far away from the source that needs it? It makes sense that it's close. So why build a house, you know, in Wisconsin, for example, have the light source in Zion? You know, you have it the closest possible, of course. And one other thing I'm going to mention, I'll throw in here real quick, I'll bring it up to Bart as well, is my video on aliens, which are obviously really demons. When a lot of ufologists back in the 60s and 70s saying we can rule out that these so-called aliens come from distant worlds, that's just more evidence we live in this contained system. People in truth kind of know that already, but to put it in words, that everything points that everything is within the system, you know. And I pointed out before with the visitors and the dome, and much more. But yeah, that's another big piece of the puzzle. And like the concept of the movie Star Wars. What's Star Wars mean? Star Wars is the battle of the stars, the good and bad stars, just like the TV show when the celebrities used to have the competitions. They would call it the battle of the stars. That's another concept of the good stars versus the bad stars. The angels, which are stars, one and the same, being thrown into heaven. So when you put all the pieces together, it's very clear. But again, when people come out and say, "Oh, there's no way we live in a flat Earth," and if you said that in 2015, now you have to stick by that because you were very boisterous about it and you're very sure about it. Now your ego can't say, "Oh, I was wrong," and everybody's going to admit to it. Yeah, I mentioned this. Like I said, Captain Crunch, this is something I've mentioned. Astrodome means star dome, kingdom. Obviously, when it comes to the Toronto Sky Dome, the Egg Dome in Japan, the Sun Dome, even the Silver Dome. Silver is like is a reference to lightning, so it's like, and of course, Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome. I showed the man with the square and the compass on his shirt or on his judge's outfit, whatever you want to call it. In the so like I said before, the whole Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome, they don't just pull these concepts out of thin air. And one thing I played a video long ago, people might not, that are newer to my channel, might not remember this, but I seen Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome. I remember I saw that at the where did I see that? I saw this in California. It was called the Hillsdale Theater. It was in Hillsdale. And I saw it back in 85. I remember the summer of 85. And I remember one scene where this one girl's talking about all the kids in the village. And she's yelling at them, program, all of you are programmed. And while she says program, she kind of tilts her head to the screen like she's talking to the audience. Like, not completely, but like just a little nudge towards the audience that's watching the movie. When she goes, program, all of you are programmed. And if anybody's seen the movie, watch that scene with that one female, and you'll know what I mean. It's kind of an awkward type of turn to her head. Like, I'm not going to look totally towards the audience, but a little nudge, the way she jerks her head she's facing to the left. She's looking to the left when she does that. You have to watch it. If you've seen the movie, you know what I'm talking about. But that was like a jab by George Miller, that was the director of Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome. And of course, I covered all the Back to the Future movies, and the big one is Copernicus, the dog. That's in the third movie. Of course, the one that gets credit for the ball Earth, one of the individuals. And of course, Einstein, and they talk, they have the telescopes and talking about, all these. And of course, the clock, the flat Earth clock, and Back to the Future in the beginning with all the clocks in the room in the beginning. And also, too, a big one is, it didn't make sense to me when I was younger, but as a truther, I realized what they're doing. The beginning scene, you have Marty McFly, of course, MM33, with all the clocks. He's in California, but he has a Denver Broncos alarm clock, and that, of course, why it's the White Horse, and they have the White Horse, they have the 9/11, they have all the, I covered it all with Back to the Future. I made a lot of videos on that years ago. Oh, my great brother here in Australia, Leko, thanks so much, brother, for the generous support. As always, you've always been a great supporter of the channel. I greatly appreciate it. Great to see you in here. Been around forever, and sends me a lot of information that I don't know how you find all the stuff you find, brother, but it's crazy the amount of information that you get. I greatly appreciate that. A lot about flat Earth and the firmament. Yeah, Karen Lee, it's good to see you here, Karen Lee. That's a good question. I still think they will. They're going to make it look so real that people are still going to fall for it, even though a lot of truthers are aware of it. I still think it's in play myself, but we'll have to see. When Ronald Reagan mentioned that back in the 80s, I just don't see them not doing it. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. They can always change things around accordingly. But also don't forget Word von Braun's secretary, Carol Rosin, when she mentions the final card, the alien card, and don't believe it. So we'll have to wait and see. Thanks for that, brother. I appreciate the bucket, man. Jay, you ever tried TikTok? They have a lot of crazy stuff on there. You might get away with it for a long time. Yeah, I'm on Rumble. What I see with TikTok and Instagram, I just see a lot of people that just, attention seekers. That's kind of like that platform's for. There are some truthers on there too, but it's not really my thing. These little short, tiny videos. It's not fair to truth when you just sometimes you can make a short video just showing a little bit, but I like to show a lot of detail. To me, it's important to show as much proof and evidence in the videos as you can. But sometimes the short videos too, not to talk bad about them, but I think sometimes like a 3 to 5 minute video is good, but some of those 1 minute videos, it's just they get the views, but to me, it's not enough in a lot of cases. But I appreciate that, brother, very much for the support and the question. Yeah, TikTok is like, it's like you said there, Barry. TikTok is full of truth and lies. Yeah, same thing can be said for YouTube as well. But those kind of platforms, I'm just not my thing. I kind of test it out, just not really my thing. Yeah, it's Russian vids on Rumble. All you need to do is go in the search on Rumble and just type in Russian vids, and you'll see it there. Well, that's what deception is all about. They're gonna, as far as you say fake rapture, it does say caught up in the air. So the word rapture is not in the Bible, but it does say caught up in the air. But whatever the case is, pre-tribulation, mid or post, whatever the case is, this one Christian friend said it the best: be prepared for any situation or scenario. Don't try to estimate the exact precise time. Like it says in the Bible, not even the angels in heaven know. Yeah, I agree. That's going to be the Antichrist. And one thing I try to make very clear when this topic's brought up is they talk about in the Bible how there will be false miracle. So what is that? False miracle with the Antichrist surviving a mortal wound. That sounds like a hoax to me. So they're like, the Bible's saying it's going to be an illusion. With this whole thing. So that makes perfect sense. It matches up with the Bible. That's the whole thing about me is if people say something, it doesn't match with the Bible, then just run. If people think Earth is spinning and moving in all these directions, the Bible says Earth is fixed, does not move. And the worst thing is this: people bring up, earthquakes or so that proves that's not correct. I'm like, so if I dig a hole and there's like, say, a little, if I dig a hole and there's like, say, a sinkhole or something like that, it doesn't mean the earth is moving. It means literally the whole earth moving. It doesn't mean, or there's a rock slide. Oh, that means earth is moving. So we could discount that verse as meaning that. No, it means the whole earth moving as one in a direction, not, isolated things happening proves movement. It's like if you're in your car and say, for example, your rear view mirror drops, it doesn't mean your car moved forward. That's just a movement within, the reference frame or the car itself. So let's not confuse it too. All right, let's see what else we got here. We're going for a bit longer, like I always do. Let me see here. Thanks for that, Girl Saved by Grace. I appreciate that. Long-time supporter of the channel, long-time follower. I greatly appreciate that. Thank you so much. Yeah, Karen, that's exactly the Reagan, basically, not verbatim, but that's basically the Reagan speech. Yeah, I don't care for BitChute. I don't like the way it works, the way the videos load up. I like Rumble much better, the way it's set up and the way the whole platform is. Actually, I tried BitChute first. I didn't really care for it. It's just not user friendly, People didn't understand, I mean, I know you make videos as well, but just some layouts I don't care for. I don't care for BitChute's layout and the way it does things. One thing, Phil is bringing up Flat Earth here. One thing that the Globers try to do is they try to keep saying that Flat Earthers don't have a model. Flat Earthers, I mean, we have the model in all over the world, obviously with ponds and flat water everywhere you look, but they don't have a model of water sticking to a ball. Show us your magical water sticking to a ball. But see that they like to twist things, like they try to say things like eclipses. Oh, how do you explain eclipses on a flat Earth? I'm like, they've been predicting eclipses before the globe nonsense was invented. But I love how they try to twist things to their favor. It's, and really there's no debate. There's not even to talk about. What's there to talk about with these fake, these Globers, fake Globers pushing a fake ball. If they want to believe they live in a giant beach ball with water stuck to it, they can, but I'm not interested in talking to them. It's just a waste of time. Just a waste of time. I'm going to scroll up here a bit because I want to see what else I missed. Sorry if I'm not getting everybody, but I'm doing the best I can. I'm going to go on for a little bit longer. Yeah, 88 miles per hour is 33, but actually the 88 is the dual 33s when it comes down to it. Let me see something here. I want to check something here real quick. Let me see. Yeah, that's you got something there, Captain Crunch. I didn't see that with the Chaldean, but you got your dual 33s and you have your 33s with 88 miles per hour. That's a good one there. Yes, and I mentioned before, George Nada, as far as Star Wars, people, need to look closely at that. Besides the flat Earth dome with the George Lucas logo, Lucas literally means light bearer, like Lucifer. And also, remember the scene from Star Wars with the Jawas supposedly being attacked by the Sand People. The Sand People are a reference to Arabs. And so basically, it was the government forces, the imperial forces, which are the government. They're the ones that did it, but they blamed it on Sand People, which are Arabs. So that's, if you haven't seen the movie, it's not going to make sense. But if you've seen the movie, you know it's going to make sense. No, I'm done with Jericho. There's this guy. I explained so much information. He's just, I don't want to be mean or anything, but he's just not very bright. I mean, he's like wrestling smart, like entertainment, ideas, but as far as real world stuff, I wasted too much time trying to explain things to him. That I heard he like supported, like gave money to George Floyd for the travel. I'm like, after I hear stuff like that, I have no interest. I try to explain to him. He's just, all he cares about is being relevant. And to him, he's never going to jump aboard any of these things. It's not going to help him. It's just to draw attention, be controversial, but never actually jump aboard anything. And basically, he's just a sellout. That's, I said it before. I kind of gave him a break for a while, but, the more I see him, the more I realize he doesn't care about truth. It's just something to present on his channel. And there's a lot more to it. The lyrics he writes, and I saw him do Masonic handshakes, and yeah, like I said, I try to give him a chance. I'm thinking to myself in the beginning, I'm like, this, I'm a normal guy. He's letting me aboard. I'm like, this is pretty interesting. I'm like, maybe he's not controlled, but I seen him on TNT give a Masonic handshake to Shaquille O'Neal. And I'll show that. I'll probably make a video on him actually in the future. But I saw him give a Masonic handshake to Shaquille O'Neal before. He wouldn't be in that position unless he was going along with the program internally. And he had issues, health issues. And I'll just say, I got to be careful. He had health issues, and I know what created them. That's all I'll say. And I had actually a run-in with him because of that idiot Conan and, Disco. Those, you have to figure it this way. It's very simple. If Chris Jericho is friends with Conan and he's friends with Disco Inferno, he's in the same intelligence level as them. They're not very bright. That means he's not very bright. Birds of a feather flock together. So you have three stooges with Chris Jericho, Disco Inferno, and Conan. And they're just, I mean, I don't want to say it, but they're just morons. That's what it comes down to. They're just not very smart. All they really care about is being famous and being relevant. They're just, and it's complete egomaniacs. They're not capable of learning anything, and that's pretty much sums them up. And that's being kind. I'm saying it in a kind way too. Yeah, they're just three stooges. That's it. Well, Phil, I hope this is live. I mean, if it's not, I'm doing. I don't know how I don't know how I'm pulling this off by reading your message live. Yeah. So yeah, you know it's live. Yeah. This Jim Brewer is another clown. Yeah, and he's another clown. Oh, Jim Brewer. I thought he denied. I thought Jim Brewer was denied the flat Earth. Didn't he? Maybe I'm thinking about the other comedian. Maybe I got the wrong guy. I apologize if he's supposedly a flat earther, but I believe he did not. I believe he denied the flat earth. Someone, you know, George Nana, all these things I pointed out, right? You know that, right? I mean, everything you're saying on the sidebar, I pointed out in videos. You know that, right? Of course you do. So, George, I'm just telling you, everything you're pointing out, you know, I've covered in the past. Yeah, George, I'm starting to think everything you're putting out. I don't know if you're trolling or what you're doing, but everything you're saying is I've covered, I've said before, but you're just repeating it in the chat. You know, just that's. I don't even know what to say anymore about some people here. Yeah, you got that. You got that right, RJ Money. It's all about agenda. You know, they're not gonna. I said this so many times over the years. They're not just going to put wrestling or any program on TV and leave any type of agendas out. They always have to insert agendas, whatever. There's always these backdoor deals making that the public doesn't see. When AEW or WWE, there's executives in the back, and with the logos, the concepts, they're always going to do that. They're always put out the occultic side of things in plain sight. They've always done that with, say, John Cena throwing up the 666 hand sign all the time, and just everything else, just everything they're doing. Just like I mentioned years ago with the Twin Towers in WWF, and then there was the skyscrapers during the same time in the NWA wrestling. So a lot of people maybe don't know about NWA wrestling. It's not as big as WWF, but at the same time, you had the Twin Towers and you had the skyscrapers, two tag teams and two different separate organizations. So Ted Turner owns one, Vince McMahon owns the other. And that's definitely not by chance. Here's something that drives me nuts I'm one that covered a lot of the trans agenda over the years, one of the first. And there's a lot of people saying, like, The Rock is a female, or every single male actor is a woman. It's much easier to do the opposite way. I'm not going to go too deep into that topic, but it's very rare they do male to female. It's usually female to male. I'm sorry, they usually do male to female than female to male. That's more or less how they run the show. Yeah, Israel Ramirez, as far as Eddie Bravo, can't be trusted. He's running with Alex Jones, David Weiss. I said this before, and I'm gonna say it again. Supposedly, he's the one that was the advocate for me to go on the Alex Jones show. That never happened because I said something was fake. It starts with a C. I said it was fake, and then Alex Jones said no. After that, so I emailed Eddie Bravo and I said, "Hey, why don't you you supported me, Alex Muhammad, why don't you come on? We'll do a show." No response. So you're gonna advocate for me to be on someone else's show, but you're not gonna have me. You don't want to conversate or do a live, or so that just tells me it's not on the up and up. He's good buddies with Weiss and Alex Jones. That's all you need to know. So I think it's kind of like a pacifying. So you don't come after me. I'll pretend like promoting you. I'm talking good about you. So you don't say anything bad about him. But the cat's out of the bag with Eddie Bravo. Not to be trusted. He's a Trump supporter. He thinks Trump's the greatest, and we already know how that works. So yeah, if you're a truther and you're taking part of that nonsense, to me, you're not a truther, period. Let's see here. All of them, of course, George, and all these individuals, they're propped up. It's very simple. It's like pro wrestling. It's like a movie. There's a good guys and bad guys, but they're on the same payroll. They're just playing roles. One person has to play the good guy. One person has to play the bad guy. That very simple. That's all you need to know. He believes in those two fake movements. What does that say about him? It's disappointing. Jack Burton, great to see you in there, brother. Great support of the channel. Appreciate your Patreon support as well. Yeah, I've been going on for 4 hours plus. Haven't been live in a while, so it's nice to go live. I had a lot of problems for anybody joining in late with the screen share. It was a complete nightmare. It just kept shutting off, Any little movement I did, for some reason, just shut off. I don't know what's going on with StreamYard today. That was brutal. But I think I got past it okay. Yeah, 100%. Amar, this Jim Brewer guy, none of these people I trust. That Jay, what was his name? Jay Fryer, what was his name? That guy's Jay Dyer. Oh, that guy's horrible. That guy is just, he's so transparent garbage. Horrible faker. Thanks, brother. I appreciate that. That's life, but not as we know. Thanks, brother. And thanks for your work as well on your channel here on YouTube. I know it's tough, but you're doing the best you can. Yeah, like I said, Bart and I, we don't see eye to eye on things. Sometimes we could be a little testy with each other, but we try to work it out, Bart, he kind of Bart can be kind of fiery sometimes like me. So I think Bart and I, we can get along, but sometimes we're oil in the water as well, So you never know, Yeah, I seen that Adam Ski 4737, but those are like re-uploads, right? Only re-uploads, nothing new though. Is there some new stuff in there? Yeah, absolutely, Phil. Some might say, "Oh, Bart's a shill," whatever. Like he knows. Bart knows. It's no secret. I made videos about him being part of the establishment and just playing a role. And he reached out to me. He said he wants to explain his side of the story. That's what happened. No worries there, Bob Homestead. You're very welcome. Joe Nugget, thanks for that. I appreciate it. I'm humbled by that. Thanks so much. How's it going there? Secret spots. And Red Pill Polly. Great to see you in there. Hello, my friend from Denmark. So awesome you're live again. Thanks so much. I always appreciate I appreciate all my followers to the channel, but it's really nice to see people like all over the world, Australia, like my good friend there, Jack, people in Brazil, like Eddie and others in the UK, Germany, everywhere. You know, there's been people all over the place, and I appreciate you all. But it's great to hear from people, you know, from Japan, China, everywhere. You know, it's really nice to see that. Yeah, actually, I don't think I've conversated with Robert Bassano. I don't know why this triggered a thought in my mind. I remember that one guy, something of the Shield. He was a storyteller, that guy. Something of the Shield. He would sit there and just say all these crazy things that no evidence of anything, but he would just sit there and tell a bunch of crazy stories about. But he said some good things, then some things you could just tell he's just purely making up. Something of the Shield. I'm sure someone in the chat will remember that guy. I forgot his name. Something of the Shield. It's okay. Maybe someone knows in the chat what I'm talking about. Thank you for that, Karen Lee. I appreciate that so very much. Was it Shield of the Sun? Was that it? That could be it. I think that might be it. It's been a while. I'm really bad. I have a great memory, but I'm bad with names. Yeah, unfortunately, with Taboo Conspiracy, he's associated with a lot of people that I don't care for. I never had a problem with Taboo Conspiracy, but I do remember him reaching out to me many years ago about doing a show, and I just, at the time, I was like, no, I'm not interested. Indiana, who's this Waylon? Is that the Son of the Shield? Is that the same guy? But he just, he's a storyteller. So here's my thing. People should know this. When I do video presentations or I talk about things, unless it's a belief, I always try to stick to things I can prove. So my foundation is I don't like making videos on things that I can't really prove when it comes to things that are current. Like some things are happening and I'm going to make a video about something, but I can't prove it. Of course, going back in time is difficult, but I'm talking about recent events. If I'm just going to be talking about things, it's got to be something concrete. If not, you're just blowing hot air, Yeah, I wasn't sure. There's a lot of comments, and I'm not seeing everything that's happening. All right, let's see what else. We're going for a bit longer. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, Amish Hitman, I covered that video. I covered that. Not even a false flag. That's just a pure hoax. Yeah, I covered that a long time ago. Same thing happened to me. Just scroll through the comments here. Yeah, George, no, that's right. I did that's what I said in the video productions I made about Bart Sabral. I said, after, for example, you go to Alan Bean's home, then why was the next astronaut he interviewed, for example, contact and say, hey, don't go, So I've always said, they were told after the fact, hey, I was put up to this, and that was, like I said, Bart saw them. It's no secret to Bart. Bart's seen my videos. That's how we got in contact. We would, if I didn't make those videos, I'd never be talking to Bart. Yeah, Junkie, I don't know what you mean by the Millennium Reign post, I guess. I didn't see that, but thanks for the offer, though. I appreciate it. There's a lot of people in here, and it's really hard. Oh, there's Jeremy Keegan, and someone that's been around for a long time. Great to see you in there, brother. Someone that's been around, I don't know, man. You've been around forever. I believe more than 10 years. So I appreciate you, brother. Thanks. It's great to see. It's great to see, you know, the I don't want to call you old timer, brother, but someone that's been around for a long time. Yeah, George. No worries, George. I just want to make sure because, you know, I just see a screen name. I don't know if you're trolling or not because a lot of people, what drives me nuts is, you know, I'll be honest, be very blunt. You know, there's a lot of stuff I say in videos and people just repeat everything I say. And it kind of drives me nuts, to be honest with you. Like where'd you get the information from? You know, it's like it didn't, you know, that's what I mean is I'll make a video on something and someone will just repeat what I said underneath the video exactly verbatim instead of using their own mind or saying something different than what I've already said. You know, or if you said, hey, I like what you said here, RV, about this, but when people just copy everything I say, then I'm like, I don't know what's going on there with that. That's what I seen. Everything you posted, it's stuff I already mentioned over the years in videos, and it's just like everything you were saying. I was repeating what I was saying. That's what I saw. Well, this is the thing is people know this that I'm a vegetarian, and I don't eat meat. I don't eat meat at all. You know, I've always been, you know, since I was young, animal lover, and I'm over 50 years old, and I've never been in the hospital in my life, and I really believe, and there's even mainstream science saying, you know, people from universities, colleges saying, doesn't matter if it's red meat, white meat, it's known to cause cancer, you know, and this is a fact when it comes to numbers. Vegetarian men are on average, of course, things can happen, but on average, vegetarian men live 10 years longer, you know. So when you eat greens, that cleans your blood. When you, you know, meat, it clogs. You know, when you eat fatty foods, that's, you know, lard and animal fat and all that stuff. I don't believe we're intended to eat that. And whatever the case is, I can live without taking an animal's life. To me, I look at it this way. Do I want to have an animal taken out for me for my own selfish reasons when I know I can live off potatoes, corn, beets, asparagus, rice, beans, all the endless things God created for us, and I choose not to, you know, and I hope people take that path as well. You know, I really do, because these poor animals, they're born to die and end up in someone's stomach. You know, to me, it's revolting. You know, to me, that's how I see it. And yeah, that's how I see it. You know, I'm gonna read this out here. I want to see this here. Let me see if I can find this real quick. Let me see here. Well, hold tight, everyone. Okay, I'm going to read this. I'm actually going to show it on the screen for people that don't believe me. Okay. I'm gonna have to screen share this, and hopefully it sticks. It seems like nothing. And people can look this up. If they don't believe me, this is in the Bible, they don't have to believe me. They can look it up and read it themselves. Let me just find. Hold on here. I'm trying to get this. I'm trying to get the right one here. Just hold tight, everyone. All right. I think I got it here. So people are going to be surprised when they see this regarding what the Bible says here. Just hold tight. I got it here. I gotta get it ready for the screen share. All right. I got it set. I'm gonna share it now. So I'm gonna remove that. And I'm gonna present now. This is not from me. This is what the Bible says. Okay. So just remember, it's not from me. Or let's see if that's going to show. Is it showing or not? Okay, I'm gonna have to do it some other way. I'm having a horrible time with StreamYard. This is really bad. Let me try presenting again. Hopefully you guys can see this. I can't make it full screen, but this is, man alive, what is going on with this? This is really ridiculous. Okay, that should be sharing now. Hopefully you guys can see that. This is from 1 Corinthians 8:13. Why? If meat makes my brother to offend, I will eat no flesh while the world stands. Least I make my brother to offend. So basically, obviously, it's stating if it offends my brother to eat meat, I'll stop eating meat. So hopefully you guys will understand it offends me and you guys will do the same. I'm going to leave that up there for a little bit so you guys can, take a look at what the Bible says about that. That's unless you want to offend your brother. And again, that's not my words. That's from 1 Corinthians 8:13. And for all to see. So to me, to make it very simple, if you can live without these poor animals suffering, of course they feel pain, then why not? It's better for you. Like I said, men live at an average of 10 years longer. Women, I believe it's 7. Women already live a little bit longer, so you're adding 7. This is on average, of course. And so that's what I explain to people. What does McDonald's serve? What does Burger King serve? What do all these New World Order fast food restaurants serve? Try to find a New World Order fast food restaurant that's all vegan. But if they give you vegan options, it's going to be tainted. So I stopped a long time ago. The only thing I wish I could have done it sooner. But people are creatures of habit. People need to understand that we're all creatures of habit. And if you're a habit of barbecue chicken and all this stuff, it's just like the globe. You're stuck with it. It's going to take you time to realize the earth is flat. You got to want it. If you're going to want to do it, you'll do it, but here's the thing with me is the more I push people, the more they're going to push back, So hopefully you guys, millions upon millions of animals, like if people saw the videos that what takes place, see, I said this before, but it's really important to hammer this point. If you sit down and have a steak or ribs, how many people sit there and think about, oh, this poor animal, their throat was slashed for me, and they felt they died a horrible death. And no, they're too busy. Oh, this is delicious. They're being very selfish, and that's the way people are raised. It's just, people are brainwashed at every level. But the main thing I want to really point out is just, people that say, oh, vegan or vegetarian diets, New World Order, give me a break. If that was the case, every single fast food restaurant would be vegan. So try to make sense of that. You know, it's absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, Imperial 47, you know, I've covered that. That can't be covered here. You know that. That's something that cannot be covered here. I've covered that in the past. Cannot be covered anymore. Unless you're trying to get this channel shut down. That's awesome, brother. Thank you. Thank you, Frank. And Romino, appreciate that very much as well. You know, like I said, you know, it's like everything else. Todd, Francis, you know, people argue this point, and they have health issues, and I tell them I've never been in the hospital in my life for anything. You know, like I said, when you eat greens, it's cleaning your blood. You know, no one's going to tell you, you know, you eat too much vegetables, it's bad for you. You're going to end up with problems. No, it's the people that are eating meat, you know, and it's here's the thing is, how many people die from food poisoning from eating meat? Are they thinking about the poor animal that was killed that they're enjoying? No, they don't. So I'm just telling people, I lived, you know, a very long time without eating any type of animal, animal that was taken out. I'll put it that in those terms, and I only feel better. Your soul's clean. You feel clean. You know, I mean, you think about eating, you know, chicken. You bite into the chicken. There's these disgusting veins in there, and all these things you're chewing on. To me, it's gross. You know, it's disgusting. Grossed out. I'll just say that I'm over 50. Yeah, and that's what I believe, Todd, is biblically, we know people live hundreds of years. And why are they forcing, you know, meat on everywhere you go? They're pushing meat. You know, everywhere you look, they're pushing meat on people. You know, double meat, double meat pizzas, triple meat lovers, you know, it's everywhere. It's not only that. Besides the meat, it's the fluoride, the MSG, the aspartame, you know, all these things. You know, should not be put in your body. When you go shopping, you need to look at labels and make sure you're not consuming any of those products. That's how I avoided, you know, not even a visit, nothing. Same with the dentist. Why am I going to go see a dentist that's pushing fluoride? We know what fluoride was made for. You know, just take care of your teeth. Yourself. Just make sure you floss. If you use mouthwash, make sure it's no fluoride, and toothpaste, no fluoride. If you're a woman specifically, avoid those deodorants, you know, specifically for women that don't have any underarm hair. Why do you think women are having issues with their upper body part regions with issues? That's because you're meant to sweat everything out. When it's constantly being blocked and it's sticking in you for every day, for weeks, for months, for years, those toxins are meant to be released. You trap them in there. What do you think is going to happen? It's just like if you're backed up, what's going to happen to your liver or your kidneys? They're going to be toxic, you know, and that's not a good thing. Same thing with when you're supposed to perspire. You know, the antiperspirants, they're the ones that's causing the problems. They even have, this is not even a theory. They said about suntan lotion. I'm not suntan lotion. Sun blocks. They say there's ingredients in them that cause cancer, skin cancer. So you're trying to supposedly protect yourself from the sun, but remember, you know, I said it before, where the sun is life, and they're trying to put a bad this bad image on the sun. Of course, too much sun's not good. Too little sun's not good. But what I'm getting at is all these trees and plants out there. They have, you know, the sun all day, and they're fine. With us, we need to be smart about it. Like what I'll do is I'll go outside. I won't wear a hat. I'll get some sun. The next time I might just put a hat on. It's like oil in your car. Too much is no good. Too little is no good. You need something in the middle. Just don't get excess. Too much water is no good. Not enough water is no good. So be just smart about it. You know, you don't need any of these things, these man-made things. That's just for people to get rich off you. And like I said, you could look at it. You could look it up where sunblocks have ingredients that are known to cause cancer. So you're getting cancer from something that's supposed to protect you. It's not funny how that works. Well, I'm going to download the video then. I'm probably going to have to take this video and edit it a bit. Yeah, I don't understand Awake Souls while you're here. You know, it's like, you know, I don't know if this is Jason or Ronnie or whatever the case is. You guys, you know, try to put out where someone lives and stuff, and then you try to be friends. It doesn't make sense to me. What's the purpose of telling people where people, who they are, where they live, and stuff like that? You know, you could put potentially someone in danger, and you think that's perfectly fine. That's not cool. You know, you have to think about what you're doing. Then you try to buddy up with people. That doesn't work. You know, that's, you know, I don't know what's going through your mind, or if it's you or Ronnie, whatever. It's just, I don't know. And then you try to come here as friends or something. That's whatever. Just really, people are strange. Yeah, there's no problem with natural, like toothpaste, natural products. Yeah, it's just, you know, you got to know what you're putting on your skin. Like when you go shopping, obviously, you got to look at the ingredient list. And if you can't read it, probably better to put it back on the shelf. Yeah, the only reason to do that, to dock someone, is to put someone in harm. There's no reason. There's no other reason, or to try to put fear in people, or to intimidation. That's the only purpose that serves. It doesn't serve any other purpose. You know, it doesn't serve any other purpose. Yeah, Tony T, I see what you're saying, but I can't, you know, we're on the same page, but I just can't share that. No, it's just people that do that. You know, they love to, you know, do that to other people, whatever. Yeah, well, we know where it comes from. It's man-made. That's simple. Just doesn't happen. And I've covered that before. There's a lot of things I can't say here. Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff, natural things, you know. Let me see here. Well, Tony T, that's, my stand. If we can live without having to take an animal out, then why take them out? Let them live, That's how I see it. To me, it's being selfish. Well, yeah, TV, they did a lot of things in, there's a lot of unfortunately bad things that happen in the Bible. We can't say it's okay just because it's in the Bible. We can't say, oh, they did this, they did that, so let's do the same thing. So if they did animal sacrifice in the Bible, are you gonna do that in your backyard to sacrifice? Not me. Yeah, the thing is, remember, and this is Frank, who's a vegetarian now or vegan, is remember, without the vegetable spices, they're made out of, you put salt and they mix rosemary, oregano, paprika. That's what makes it taste good. Without it, it's plain, it's boring. Remember, people need to remember that what makes the so-called meat taste good is the vegetables, the dried herbs that make it taste good. Without it, there's no flavor, there's no taste. Well, I'll tell you right now about the Beyond Meat and all that stuff. I prefer that over people taking out real animals. So as far as I'm concerned, if it came down to there's an animal in the forest where I can pick some berries or whatever, that's what's going to happen. The animal can live. It reminds me, I remember reading a review years ago. This is completely disgusting, but I'm going to say it anyways. I remember a woman leaving a review for this one restaurant, and it was a Chinese restaurant, and she was complaining about it was some type of dish using pork intestines, and she was complaining about how it tasted like poop. I'm like, well, what do you think you're eating? Why are you eating that anyways? They said they didn't clean it out good enough. I'm like, why are you even eating that disgusting, vile stuff? Yeah, Jeff C was 100% shill. He mocked flat Earth. He was like basically a cockroach. That's a good word for him. He would call a lot of fake events real. So yeah, he was Army intelligence kind of guy. That's what he was. There's a lot of them in Canada. It's funny, Canada has a lot of agents. There's a lot of agents in Canada. A large amount of agents are in Canada. Great to see you in there. Isabella M. Great to always see you in the chat. So this is going to be a bit much to say, but I've seen videos online of dogs, being barbecued, dogs being hung and strung up for meat in foreign countries. So people get upset. I'm like, well, what about, the animals you eat? What's the difference? They have feelings. They feel pain too. A cow feels pain. There's videos of cow playing with a soccer ball and them running around having fun. So just because they taste good to you, it's okay. And I don't understand that. It doesn't make sense to me. How people think and try to condone one animal's okay to eat, one's not. It's, people are just selfish and look for reasons to keep doing what they do. And that's the unfortunate thing. But any kind of change in life is hard. Your mind, your body, but yeah, it is terrible. But when people see that, but they continue to, because they're raised, for example, in China, that's where it takes place a lot. They're raised like that, so to them it's normal. I seen dogs hitting over the head with baseball bats before they're skinned and made into barbecue, just like people in America do that to pigs. So what's the difference? There's pigs and dogs living together in people's homes. They cuddle together, they sleep together next to each other. They both have the right to live. But people are brainwashed. Even people in truth are brainwashed. And they'll condone it because they don't want to live without their barbecue. And the best way to do it is a gradual breakaway, because your body, our minds, our bodies are it's like truth. It takes time to digest and absorb new information. But people get in a comfort zone and they stick to it. Yeah, I just, I don't do. I already made a promise to myself many years ago that I'm not going to take part in that. And I tried when I was younger to be a vegetarian. I don't know what I was doing, so it didn't work out until I got a little bit older. But it's never too late. That's the whole point. It's never too late. I saw this one meme online, and it was and it went like this. You want to know what the devil is? Look what people do to animals. And you'll get a good idea. Let me see if I can just hold tight here. I want to see if I can hold on here. I want to see something here. Yeah, there's a lot of bad stuff people don't want to see. Anyways, I'll leave that one alone. Just hold tight, everyone. Here, I'm taking a look at something here. All right, let's get back to the chat here. Well, that one, myself, I'm a vegetarian, but I don't eat eggs, and what people need to realize is this: when it comes to eggs, is you can watch videos online, you can watch videos on YouTube. People don't realize a lot of times there's not a lot of times, but it happens where there's worms in eggs, and sometimes they're bigger than others. So people say, how does that happen? The shell is hard. Sometimes chickens, they have worms in them. So when the egg is developing, it's still soft. So during that process, when eggs are forming in the hen, the worms get through that shell that's not firm yet. So when they crack an egg, they find worms in it. I seen a guy said, he made a video, an egg sandwich. He goes, and after he cracked the egg and he put it in the pan, he saw a worm in there. He goes, this is what happened when I cracked this egg. This worm was in there, and they're translucent, so they're hard to see. But if you really look, you can find them. He goes, I'm not going to eat eggs for a very, very long time after this. So to me, I don't drink milk. I drink almond milk, oat milk, and that's pretty much it. Oat milk, almond milk, cashew milk, and they're really delicious. You're not going to have problems with that either. And actually they have a lot of vitamin E because of their nuts, so a lot of these, especially I really like the oat milk. There's one company called Chobani. It's delicious, and here's the thing is too, it's very simple to understand. Milk is made, for example, a human, you're made to drink milk from your mother when you're a baby, and that's it. But people continue to drink milk from cows. That's intended for a calf, not for a human. So they're completely distorting things that people are doing. That's not intended. People are not intended to drink milk from a cow per se, you know. But to me, it's not to be contradictory. It's not as bad. I'm not going to give people a hard time if they drink milk as much, because, you know, it's not taking out the animal per se, you know. So I'm not really myself as strict when it comes to that aspect. So, but it's more about taking out the animal than milk. I really don't focus on that as much myself. But like I said, all changes come in time, you know. It's just like flat earth. You know, the first day it's introduced, you don't accept it, you don't get it. It's just like a lot of these things, you know, when it comes to being a vegan or vegetarian, same thing. Yeah, meat. There could be meat, like for example, the meat of this is a very I can have a mango that has a lot of flesh, or look at all that meat in the mango. They could be the same, Kevin. I've seen people in videos slice open fruit and say, look at all that flesh in that mango, or look at all that meat. So, like it says in the Bible, in Genesis, the very beginning of Genesis, I made all these seeds. I don't have it verbatim, but basically in Genesis, I made all these fruits, nuts, seeds, and grains, and for you it shall be for meat, meaning humans consume these things that God created. They're not animal meat. These are the meat of fruits, vegetables, and so forth. Yeah, that's awesome, man. I you know, I have a lot of respect for that. You know, I have a lot of respect for that. Hey, I know people, you know, personally, they went to a church barbecue and someone roasted a pig and someone ended up dying. A family member ended up dying because it wasn't cooked properly. Now, if you make like say an apple pie or a peach cobbler, you know, or a cake, do you think the same thing would happen? Think about it. Yeah, they're always distorting it. You know, they're pushing as, of course, the NWO agenda, which is a bunch of nonsense, complete nonsense. You know, to me, it's like, you know, saving a life, you know, sparing a life. If people seen the videos I've seen, they wouldn't be able to watch it and they'll understand. You know, it's horrid. It's hell in these slaughterhouses. It's beyond hell. And there's a reason you don't watch it, because you know that's what it is. Hell on earth. Thanks, Phil. I greatly appreciate that, Phil. Thanks so much for the kind words. I appreciate it. Be on for a little bit longer, about 5 minutes more. It's getting a little bit late. Let's see what else we got here. Yeah, cashew milk. There's many types of milk. But my favorite, I really like the oat milk. That, you know, but there's different ones that are. Some are not very good quality. Some are like gluey, to be honest. But Chobani is the best one. It tastes really amazing, really delicious. And some have some are, of course, unsweetened. Some are sweetened with sugar. Some are with vanilla. There's different flavors. They even have chocolate flavor. Many different flavors. Banana. They even have banana milk now, which is really good. Yes, of course, Mickey Paul. Of course, there's worms in apples too, but it's disgusting when it's in a living animal that's passed through, and it's to me it's completely different. And also too, you just clean it all out very well. And same with an apple. If I see like a hole in an apple, you just don't eat it. But to me, it's a different story when a hen lays an egg and you crack open the egg and there's a worm compared to romaine lettuce. So to me, it's. I mean, if you don't mind it, that's on you. All right, let's go on for a little bit more. We're going to be closing out pretty soon. Just going to scroll around here a little bit more. Yeah, good question about, and that's funny too. You bring up the Starlink satellites. I'm surprised how little Eddie Bravo knows about a lot of things. Like during the Wimpy Weiss and Eddie Bravo appearance on the Alex Jones show, I found it hilarious. Alex Jones asked Eddie, "What about Starlink?" And then Eddie goes, "What's that?" It's kind of embarrassing, because it's a very well known thing with SpaceX and Elon Musk. So it's just a light show, It's like anything else. It's like so-called ISS, was it big as a football field, 2 football fields, whatever it is, supposedly. So how many space shuttle launches? Where's the video footage of this construction from 1998? But we have footage of construction of the Statue of Liberty way back hundreds of years in France. But there's no footage whatsoever construction of the ISS. Nothing. Everything's CGI animation. So as far as Starlink's concerned, lights in the sky don't tell me anything. They have technology. They have, obviously balloons. And it's funny, they had the ISS pass by. It looked like a TIE fighter from Star Wars. It's just smoke and mirrors, That's all it is. That's a good question there, Alita, as far as the YouTube show. Well, you got to, listen to all the words they're saying. What were they, basically what they're saying. They might say, like a lot of shills will say a lot of good stuff to pull you in. The trap is this usually. They're going to have 3, 4, 5, 6 really good presentations that have no signs of them being a shill. But once they capture people, then they'll start pushing nonsense. So you got to keep your guard up at all times. That's what it comes down to. Once someone deviates from real truth, then you got to let them go. So it's not so easy as one. For example, you can watch. Say, for example, David Icke. He gives a really good presentation that one day. But you got to watch many of his presentations. And it's okay to have differences, but if something is like he's pushing planet Draconia and aliens from other worlds are controlling things, well, that's just a twist of truth, because they're not aliens per se from other planets. They're alien from this world, as in from heaven, fallen angels. That's really what it is, but they kind of, they twist it, and that's their masters of mixing truth with lies. You have to have really good discernment, and it doesn't happen overnight. Yeah, I saw some of that, and I already know Aaron Rodgers probably told Eddie, don't talk about flat Earth. But yeah, Aaron Rodgers is no doubt in the club. All these big names, they're in the club, without exception. If you're a big name in this world, as far as so-called truth, or if you're a big name, a televangelist, if you're a big name actor, you're not gonna get there unless people that are running things from behind the scenes allow that to happen. That simple. There's nothing to think about. Wow, that's great. Girl Saved by Grace. That's fantastic. Yeah, I mean, people just limit themselves. Even when I go out to eat, like I'll get Mexican food, for example. I'll make sure I tell them nothing, no meat at all in anything, no meat, and if you have the right spices, it's like I said, it's delicious. Like for example, you can go out and get a hamburger, say no patty, or say a vegetarian patty, vegan patty, whatever, and you kind of have the same thing. But to me, I have like roasted mushrooms, roasted garlic, roasted onions, and just without animal. But like I said, it's going to take time for a lot of people. It's not an easy transition for a lot of people. And if you really want to do it, you can do it. It's just you got to have that drive to do it. Yeah, I mean, I seen that. PJC net. I seen that as far as what David Icke said. That's that was a really good. Even though I know David Icke is one of a shill, that was an excellent type of reason people would fall from, because that was so well put out there in speaking the truth as far as that aspect. But still, they got to have, just like flat Earth and versus globe, they're going to have, it's like I said earlier, it's like pro wrestling, Roddy Piper versus Hulk Hogan, good guy versus bad guy. But the promoter's controlling it all. You're cheering for one side, but both are equally controlled. And people might ask, why would they do that? Well, the reason they do that is because if they don't have the controlled op, then real opposition will show up and grow and gain power. So they got to have their own that they control. All right. We've been going on for quite a bit here. It's been over 5 hours. I greatly appreciate everybody tuning in. Thanks so much to all the moderators. Romina, my main moderator. Everybody that's contributed in the chat, the super chats, of course, everybody. I greatly appreciate it. I'm so sorry about the screen share not being as smooth as I wanted to be, but we did the best we can under the circumstances. And moving forward, just know, as far as flat Earth, it looks like the powers that be are looking to move on, and with the new debate. So we have to wait and see what that's going to be, because I truly believe in post 2025 they're going to bring something else to the table, and flat Earth will be those quote big channels of flat Earth. They're going to come out and say, "Oh, actually it's just bigger, or we live in a globe. It's not what we thought, and we had no idea it was actually bigger than they said. Whatever excuse they have, that's what I'm looking at. Like I said, I don't have a crystal ball, but that's the most likely scenario. We'll have to wait and see. At one point I thought there'd be some type of disclosure, flat earth truth, but we'll have to wait and see. But that's the direction based on what happened in Brazil with that fake flat earther who went from a flip-flop from flat earth to globe. That's what I look like what's going to be happening with a lot of and it's meant to disintegrate and fragment flat earth, where it's basically going to be just a few of us, few channels left over. But that's fine by me, because they're not, they're not real flat earthers anyways. We don't need them around. They're just taking up space. That's how I see it. Anyways, everyone, thanks so much again for tuning in. Greatly appreciate you all. You all have a good day, good night, and God bless.